Among all the beings that walk the continent, swim its seas, or haunt its shadowed forests, there exists a category of creatures so fundamentally different from the rest that mortal minds struggle to comprehend the implications of their existence. These are the higher vampires, and they possess something no other living thing in the known world can claim: true immortality. The elves, though long-lived, eventually fade. Dragons, though powerful beyond measure, can be felled by blade or sorcery. Even the most ancient of elemental spirits can be dispersed, their essence scattered across the winds of magic. Higher vampires alone stand apart from the cycle of life and cessation that governs all other forms of consciousness. Their existence challenges the very foundations of what scholars understand about mortality, time, and the nature of being itself. Before we delve further into the mysteries of these immortal beings, I'd be honored if you'd like this video and consider subscribing, but only if you genuinely enjoy our content. I'd also love to know where you're listening from tonight and what time it is in your corner of the world. Let me know in the comments. Many creatures across the continent boast lifespans measured in centuries, even millennia, their bodies sustained by magic, alchemy, or the peculiar vitality of non-human physiology. Yet all such beings remain vulnerable to the fundamental forces that govern existence. They can be destroyed utterly, their consciousness extinguished, their presence erased from the world as though they had never drawn breath. Higher vampires transcend this limitation entirely. Their consciousness exists in a state of permanence that defies the natural order, anchored to reality through means that remain obscure even to the most learned sages of the Brotherhood of Sorcerers. When a higher vampire's physical form suffers catastrophic damage, when flesh is torn asunder, bones pulverized to dust, organs reduced to mere echoes of their former structure, the being does not cease. The consciousness persists, tethered to existence by invisible threads woven from the very fabric of their otherworldly nature. This separation of consciousness from physical form represents perhaps the most philosophically troubling aspect of higher vampire existence. In all other sentient beings, the destruction of the brain means the end of thought, the cessation of self, the final darkness from which no traveler returns. Higher vampires demonstrate through their very existence that consciousness need not depend upon the fragile architecture of neural tissue. Their awareness continues even when the organ that should house it has been reduced to nothing, even when decades pass without a single physical structure to contain their thoughts. During the long years of regeneration, when a higher vampire's body slowly reconstitutes itself from whatever scattered remnants remain, the being experiences time, processes memory, contemplates existence. The awareness never dims, never fades, never grants the mercy of unconsciousness. This suggests that what mortals perceive as the seat of thought, the brain, serves merely as an interface for higher vampires, a tool through which they interact with the physical world rather than the source of their being. The implications of such existence stretch far beyond the merely biological. Higher vampires experience reality in a fundamentally different manner than any other creature on the continent. Time, which presses so urgently upon human consciousness, which drives men to desperation and women to sorrow, which reduces kingdoms to dust and mountains to plains, holds no particular threat for them. A century passes as a season might pass for humans. The rise and fall of dynasties becomes background noise to beings who remember when the lands of the north were empty wilderness, when the great cities were nothing more than tribal encampments clustered around springs and rivers. This temporal distance shapes everything about higher vampire consciousness, from their priorities to their emotional responses to their fundamental understanding of what constitutes urgency or importance. Events that would seem catastrophic to mortal minds register as temporary inconveniences to beings who know with absolute certainty that they will persist long after the immediate crisis has faded into historical obscurity. Yet this immortality carries burdens that shorter-lived beings cannot easily comprehend. Memory becomes an ever-expanding archive with no mechanism for forgetting, no blessed fading of painful experiences into the softness of distant recollection. Every moment of existence adds to an accumulation of experience that can never be erased, never be truly left behind. The weight of centuries presses upon consciousness with the gravity of geological time, and the higher vampire must either learn to navigate this endless accumulation or risk drowning in the depths of their own past. Some achieve a kind of philosophical distance, viewing their accumulated experiences as a scholar might view a library, something to be consulted when needed but not constantly present in immediate awareness. Others struggle beneath the burden, seeking oblivion through various means, knowing all the while that true cessation remains forever beyond their reach unless another of their kind chooses to grant them the final gift of permanent ending. The physical manifestation of this immortal consciousness presents its own peculiarities. Higher vampires occupy bodies that function according to principles entirely divorced from those governing mortal physiology. They require no sustenance, no oxygen, no sleep, no water, none of the fundamental necessities that bind other living things to constant cycles of consumption and rest. Their forms remain perpetually vital, unchanging across the decades, immune to the slow deterioration that marks the passage of years in mortal flesh. Injuries that would prove instantly fatal to any other being, the destruction of vital organs, the severing of major vessels, the catastrophic failure of essential systems, all heal given sufficient time. Limbs severed in combat regenerate over days or weeks, flesh closing over wounds without scar or blemish, bone reforming with perfect structural integrity. This regenerative capability extends even to the complete destruction of the physical form, though reconstitution from such catastrophic damage requires decades of slow accumulation, consciousness persisting throughout in a state that can only be described as waking entombment. Among the many creatures that inhabit the world, higher vampires stand utterly alone in their relationship with death. They can observe its workings in everything around them, can study its mechanisms with a detached fascination of beings who exist outside its dominion, can even serve as its agents when necessity or inclination drives them to end the lives of others. Yet they themselves remain forever separate from that final threshold, unable to cross it through any act of their own volition or any force the natural world might bring to bear against them. This exile from the universal experience of mortality shapes every aspect of higher vampire existence, from their perspective on the brief lives of humans to their complex relationships with one another to their enduring grief over separation from the world they once knew. They are refugees from death itself, immortal wanderers in a realm where everything else eventually fades and falls to dust, and that fundamental isolation colors every interaction, every choice, every moment of their endless existence. The higher vampires did not originate on the continent, nor did they emerge from its ancient forests or primordial seas. They came from elsewhere, from a dimension so utterly removed from the familiar reality of the world that even the term world fails to adequately describe it. This was a separate sphere of existence, a realm governed by its own physical laws, its own metaphysical principles, its own particular arrangement of matter and energy. Within this alien dimension, vampire civilization flourished for epochs beyond counting, developing social structures, cultural practices, and modes of existence entirely divorced from anything that would later emerge on the continent. The vampires of that lost realm lived in what their surviving members recall as a state of relative peace, a stable society structured around principles that made sense within the context of their immortal nature. They built cities that endured for millennia, established institutions designed to function across vast stretches of time, created art and philosophy tailored to consciousnesses that would never know the urgency of approaching mortality. 3 great tribes formed the pillars of vampire society in that distant sphere. The Garisham, whose name would later be given to the capital city itself, represented the largest and most culturally influential of the 3 groups. They occupied territories that served as the political and philosophical heart of vampire civilization, the place where decisions affecting all 3 tribes were discussed, debated, and ultimately enacted. The Amaran, whose territories lay in regions described in fragmentary vampire recollections as Western relative to Garisham, developed their own distinct cultural practices while maintaining close ties to the central authority. The Tet, positioned in what vampires remember as the eastern reaches of their world, cultivated traditions that emphasized certain philosophical approaches to immortal existence, perspectives that would later influence how they responded to the catastrophe of displacement. These were not hostile divisions, not competing factions locked in eternal struggle, but rather different expressions of vampire culture, regional variations within a fundamentally unified civilization. The city of Garisham itself stood as the greatest achievement of vampire architecture and urban planning. Structures designed to endure forever rose from foundations that had witnessed the passage of ages beyond mortal comprehension. The city served as meeting ground, cultural center, seat of whatever governance existed among beings who had no need for laws addressing mortality, inheritance, or the succession of authority. Here the oldest vampires gathered to share perspectives accumulated across impossible spans of time. Here the arts peculiar to immortal consciousness found their most refined expression. Here the collective memory of the species was preserved and contemplated. The architecture reflected the nature of its inhabitants, built on timescales that would seem absurd to creatures whose lives measured mere decades. A single structure might require centuries to complete, its construction proceeding with the unhurried deliberation of beings who knew with certainty they would see its completion, who could afford to pursue perfection without concern for the ticking of any clock. Social structures in the vampire homeworld organized themselves around principles fundamentally different from those governing mortal societies. Age conferred authority, as beings who had existed for tens of thousands of years naturally possessed deeper understanding, broader perspective, more comprehensive knowledge than those who had lived for mere millennia. Yet this was not the rigid hierarchy of human kingdoms, where power passed through bloodlines and titles. Vampire society operated through consensus among the eldest, through the accumulated wisdom of beings whose memories stretched back to the very foundations of their civilization. Younger vampires, those who had existed for only a few thousand years, occupied positions analogous to students or apprentices in human society, learning from the perspectives of their seniors while gradually accumulating the experience that would eventually allow them to participate fully in cultural and philosophical discourse. This created a stable social order that could function across geological timescales, each generation adding to the collective knowledge while the oldest members provided continuity reaching back to the very origins of vampire consciousness. The peaceful existence of vampire civilization rested upon several factors unique to their nature. With no need for sustenance, no requirement for territory capable of supporting agriculture or livestock, no pressure from population growth, no competition for vital resources, the fundamental drivers of conflict in mortal societies simply did not exist. Territory meant something different to beings who did not need to exploit it for survival, who could occupy the same spaces for millennia without depleting them or requiring expansion. The concept of wealth held different meanings when nothing deteriorated, when structures endured forever, when the arts of creation could be pursued across centuries without concern for the brief window of a mortal lifetime. Vampires created because creation itself held meaning for immortal consciousness, because the act of shaping reality according to aesthetic or philosophical principles provided purpose to existence that would otherwise stretch endlessly forward without inherent direction or goal. Philosophy occupied a central position in vampire culture, as beings with infinite time naturally turned their attention to questions of meaning, purpose, and the nature of consciousness itself. Schools of thought emerged, persisted for millennia, evolved or were superseded by new perspectives as the collective understanding deepened. Some vampires devoted themselves to contemplating the nature of their own immortality, seeking to understand the mechanisms that separated consciousness from physical form. Others explored aesthetic principles, creating works designed to be appreciated across vast spans of time, art that revealed new layers of meaning when contemplated over centuries. Still others turned their attention to the fundamental nature of their reality, examining the physical laws that govern their sphere, the metaphysical principles that allowed consciousness to persist independent of material substrate. These philosophical pursuits provided structure to immortal existence, giving purpose to beings who would otherwise face the void of endless time without inherent direction. The relationship between the three tribes reflected the peculiar dynamics of immortal society. Territorial boundaries existed, marking regions associated with each major grouping, but these were cultural distinctions rather than defended borders. Vampires traveled freely between tribal territories, participating in the broader civilization while maintaining connections to their particular cultural tradition. The Garishim served as unifying force, their capital city drawing members of all three tribes for important gatherings, philosophical symposiums, and the creation of works requiring collaboration across different cultural perspectives. The Amoran developed particular expertise in certain philosophical domains, their contributions to vampire thought reflecting the distinct approaches fostered by their regional tradition. The Tet cultivated practices emphasizing long contemplation, their members known for spending centuries in solitary meditation before returning to share insights gained from such extended internal exploration. Together, the three tribes formed a civilization that had achieved remarkable stability, a society of immortals that had learned to navigate the peculiar challenges of endless existence. Yet even in that distant sphere, even in a civilization that had endured for epochs, certain tensions existed beneath the surface of apparent peace. The fundamental isolation of immortal consciousness, the way each vampire ultimately existed alone within the fortress of their own endless awareness, created philosophical challenges that no amount of cultural refinement could entirely resolve. Some vampires struggled with the weight of accumulated memory, seeking methods to achieve temporary forgetting, temporary relief from the burden of perfect recollection. Others grappled with questions of purpose, wondering what meaning could be assigned to existence that would never end, that could never be evaluated from the perspective of completion. Still others explored the boundaries of their own nature, experimenting with alterations to consciousness, investigating whether immortal awareness could be modified, enhanced, or transformed into something qualitatively different from its original state. These were the quiet struggles of a civilization that had solved all practical problems, that had achieved material stability, but that still confronted the fundamental philosophical challenges inherent to immortal existence. The vampires of that lost sphere had no way of knowing that their ancient civilization stood on the edge of catastrophe. They could not perceive the instabilities building in the very fabric of reality, could not detect the approaching collision of dimensions that would shatter their world and scatter them across alien spheres. The peace they had maintained for ages beyond counting was about to end, torn apart by forces operating on a scale that dwarfed even their vast comprehension. Everything they had built, every structure that had stood for millennia, every social institution carefully refined across epochs, all of it would be swept away in the cataclysm that scholars on the continent would later name the conjunction of the spheres. The vampires themselves would be cast out from the only existence they had ever known, exiled into alien dimensions where their presence would mark them as monsters, where their immortal nature would become source of fear rather than foundation for stable civilization. The peaceful world of the three tribes was about to be destroyed, and with it, any hope that vampire society might continue in the form it had taken for countless ages. Approximately 1500 years before Geralt of Rivia would walk the paths of the continent, reality itself suffered a catastrophic failure. The conjunction of the spheres, as it would later be termed by scholars attempting to understand the cataclysm in retrospective analysis, represented an event of such magnitude that its effects reshaped multiple dimensions simultaneously. The stable barriers separating distinct spheres of existence, walls that had held firm since the beginning of time itself, suddenly collapsed. Dimensions that had evolved in complete isolation, each following its own particular laws of physics and metaphysics, suddenly crashed into one another with apocalyptic force. The vampire homeworld, that ancient realm where immortal civilization had flourished for epochs, found itself torn apart by forces beyond any scale of destruction its inhabitants had previously contemplated. The very fabric of their reality unraveled, dimensions folding into one another, physical laws breaking down as incompatible realities attempted to occupy the same metaphysical space. The experience of the conjunction from the vampire perspective defies easy description. Beings whose consciousness existed independent of physical form, who had witnessed the slow evolution of their civilization across impossible spans of time, suddenly found themselves caught in a maelstrom of dimensional chaos. The stable geometry of their world fractured, familiar territories twisting into impossible configurations as space itself lost coherence. Structures that had stood for millennia crumbled, rendered unstable by the sudden imposition of alien physical laws. The very air, if such a term can be applied to whatever medium vampires breathed in their native sphere, became turbulent with energies that had no proper place in their dimension. For beings who had known only the slow, deliberate pace of immortal existence, who had built their entire civilization on assumptions of permanence and stability, the conjunction represented a trauma beyond anything their long experience had prepared them to process. Reality itself had betrayed them, the fundamental reliability of existence suddenly revealed as illusion. The collapse of dimensional barriers did not affect all spheres equally. Some dimensions merged completely, their distinct characteristics blending into hybrid realities that bore features of both parent spheres. Others experienced only glancing contact, brief moments of interpenetration before the barriers reconstituted themselves in new configurations. The vampire homeworld suffered catastrophic damage, its coherence as a distinct sphere fundamentally compromised. Vast regions simply ceased to exist in any recognizable form, torn apart by the competing physical laws of multiple dimensions attempting to assert dominance over the same space. Other areas found themselves suddenly connected to alien spheres through portals that opened like wounds in the flesh of reality. Through these tears in dimensional fabric, vampires were pulled, pushed, or fled in desperate attempts to escape the disintegration of everything they had known. They had no control over their destination, no ability to choose which of the countless spheres suddenly connected to their dying world might offer refuge. The conjunction cast them out randomly, scattering vampire populations across multiple dimensions according to no pattern save the chaotic physics of collapsing reality. The continent, that region which would later see the rise of the Northern Kingdoms and the Nilfgaardian Empire, received a substantial population of displaced vampires during those catastrophic moments. The dimensional portal that opened in what would later become the Northern Territories deposited vampires directly into an alien environment utterly unlike anything in their previous experience. Here they found themselves in a world where physical laws operated according to unfamiliar principles, where the very substance of matter behaved differently, where forces they had never encountered in their native sphere suddenly constrained and shaped their existence. The air tasted wrong, the light felt strange, the fundamental texture of reality differed in ways that their immortal consciousness registered as profound wrongness. They had been cast into exile, refugees in a dimension that had not invited them, that had no place prepared for beings of their nature, that would eventually come to regard them as monsters rather than recognizing them as survivors of cosmic catastrophe. Other creatures arrived on the continent during the conjunction, pulled from their own native spheres by the same dimensional chaos that had displaced the vampires. Many would later be classified as monsters by the humans who eventually colonized these lands, though from a certain perspective they were all simply refugees, survivors of dimensional displacement struggling to adapt to an alien environment. Some creatures arrived with full awareness of what had happened, conscious minds able to process the trauma of displacement even if they could not understand its cause. Others possessed only animal intelligence, their behavior driven by instinct rather than reasoned response to their new circumstances. The ecology of the continent became fundamentally altered by this sudden influx of organisms from multiple spheres, each bringing its own particular adaptations, its own methods of survival, its own relationship to the physical laws governing its native dimension. The vampires, with their immortal consciousness and sophisticated understanding, found themselves sharing their exile with beings ranging from the barely sentient to the profoundly alien. The involuntary nature of vampire arrival on the continent bears emphasis. They did not come as conquerors, did not choose to invade this dimension seeking territory or resources. The conjunction gave them no opportunity for deliberation, no chance to prepare, no possibility of declining the displacement. One moment they existed within the familiar parameters of their own sphere, surrounded by a civilization millions of years old, secure in structures and institutions designed to endure forever. The next moment they were falling through dimensional chaos, reality fragmenting around them, consciousness buffeted by energies that threatened to disperse even their resilient awareness. Then suddenly they stood upon alien soil, beneath a strange sky, in a world that felt wrong in every particular. They arrived traumatized, disoriented, separated from most of their population, cut off from everything that had given structure and meaning to their immortal existence. The cities were gone, the philosophy schools destroyed, the gathered wisdom of ages lost in the dimensional collapse. They had only their own consciousness, their memories of what had been, and the grim knowledge that return seemed impossible. The psychological impact of such displacement, particularly upon beings who had lived for thousands or tens of thousands of years in stable circumstances, manifested in various ways. Some vampires simply stood in shock, their immortal minds struggling to process the totality of what had been lost. Others immediately began seeking any possible means of return, investigating the dimensional barriers of their new prison, searching for weaknesses that might allow passage back to whatever remained of their homeworld. Still others turned their attention to immediate survival, recognizing that even immortal beings could suffer in an alien environment, that adaptation would be necessary if they were to endure in this strange dimension. The unity that had characterized vampire civilization in their native sphere began to fragment under the pressure of catastrophic loss. Different individuals, different groups, different philosophical perspectives on how to respond to the displacement all began pulling vampire society in divergent directions. The ancient stability of the three tribes, maintained across epochs in their original sphere, started to dissolve as the reality of permanent exile became increasingly apparent. The trauma of the conjunction would mark vampire consciousness forever. Unlike mortal beings, who might gradually forget the details of catastrophic experiences as decades passed, vampires retained perfect memory of those moments when their world died. The experience could never fade, never soften with time, never become merely historical curiosity. Every vampire who had lived through the conjunction carried that trauma forward into their endless future, consciousness permanently scarred by the knowledge that even civilizations millions of years old, even societies that had achieved perfect stability, even reality itself could prove impermanent. This fundamental loss of security, this shattering of the assumption that their immortal existence guaranteed a kind of permanent stability, changed something essential in vampire psychology. They had learned that the universe was not safe even for immortals, that forces beyond any scale they could influence might at any moment tear away everything they had built. That knowledge would shape every choice, every relationship, every attempt to find meaning in their continued existence on this alien world that had become their permanent prison. The vampires who survived the conjunction found themselves deposited in the northern reaches of what would later be called the continent, in territories that would eventually see the rise of Redania, Cadwin, and the other northern kingdoms. The precise location of their arrival has been lost to time, obscured by the passage of 15 centuries and the deliberate obscurity with which vampires guard the details of their history. What remains clear from the fragmentary accounts that have surfaced over the centuries is that a substantial population emerged from the dimensional chaos in relatively close proximity to one another. Enough vampires gathered in one region that they could recognize the scope of their collective displacement and begin formulating responses. They stood in alien landscape, surrounded by forests and mountains that bore no resemblance to anything in their native sphere, breathing air that felt wrong in their lungs, experiencing gravity and light and temperature according to physical laws that differed subtly from those that had governed their previous existence. The initial period following arrival remains among the most poorly documented eras of vampire history on the continent. The displaced population faced immediate challenges that required attention before any thought could be given to recording events for posterity. They needed to understand the basic parameters of their new environment, to determine whether this dimension posed threats to even their resilient physiology, to assess what resources might be available and what dangers might lurk in the unfamiliar territories surrounding them. The continent in that era hosted no human civilization, no cities or roads or cultivated lands. The elves had established their presence, their own arrival predating the conjunction by unknown centuries, but contact between the newly arrived vampires and the Aen Shade remained limited in those early years. The vampires found themselves in wilderness, in a world that operated according to rules they did not fully understand, separated from everything that had given structure to their previous existence. As the immediate shock of displacement began to fade, as the vampire population started to process the reality of their situation, divisions emerged regarding the proper response to their circumstances. Some advocated for remaining together, for maintaining whatever unity could be preserved from the shattered civilization they had lost. Others argued for exploration, for investigating this new dimension to determine whether it might offer anything approaching the stability they had known in their homeworld. Still others focused obsessively on the possibility of return, insisting that all efforts should be directed toward finding or creating a passage back through the dimensional barriers. These philosophical differences, combined with the trauma of displacement and the absence of the institutional structures that had previously mediated disputes, led to a decision that would permanently fragment vampire society on the continent. The three tribes that had maintained distinct but cooperative existence in their native sphere would now separate geographically, each choosing a different direction, each pursuing its own approach to existence in this alien dimension. The Garisham, whose tribal identity was tied to the lost capital city, made the decision to remain in the northern territories where they had first arrived. Their reasoning reflected both practical consideration and symbolic attachment to what had been. These lands, though alien, represented the place where they had first touched this dimension, the closest thing to stable ground in a reality that had proven treacherously unstable. Here they would establish themselves, would attempt to create some echo of what they had lost, would wait for any possibility of return to manifest. The Garisham who chose to stay numbered among the eldest vampires, beings who had existed for tens of thousands of years in their native sphere, whose memories reached back to the very foundations of vampire civilization. They carried with them the philosophical traditions of the capital, the accumulated wisdom that had guided their species across epochs. Their decision to remain would shape the future of vampire presence in the north, establishing patterns of existence that would persist for the next 1500 years. The Amaran, whose territories in the vampire homeworld had been positioned in regions they remembered as Western, chose to continue in that cardinal direction. They would cross the sea that lay west of the arrival point, venturing into unknown territories beyond the waters, seeking lands where they might establish themselves according to their own cultural traditions. The impulse driving this choice combined practical exploration with deeper psychological needs. The Amaran wished to put distance between themselves and the site of arrival, to escape the constant reminder of displacement that proximity to that location represented. They sought new territories where they might begin again, where the landscape itself would not constantly echo with memories of what had been lost. The journey across the sea represented danger even for beings as resilient as higher vampires, but the Amaran accepted those risks in exchange for the possibility of finding lands where they might create something approaching peace. What became of them in those western territories, whether they survived, whether they established any lasting presence, remains unknown to the vampires who stayed behind. The separation was absolute, and in the centuries that followed, no reliable contact would be maintained between the Amaran and their kindred on the continent. The Tet chose the eastern path, venturing beyond the mountains that marked the eastern boundaries of the region where the vampires had arrived. Their decision reflected the philosophical traditions they had cultivated in their native sphere, approaches to immortal existence that emphasized solitary contemplation, extended periods of isolation, deep meditation on the nature of consciousness itself. The Tet saw in the unknown Eastern territories an opportunity to pursue these practices in an environment free from the distractions of attempting to rebuild what had been lost. They would go beyond the mountains, beyond the reach of whatever society might develop among the vampires who remained, beyond the possibility of being drawn into conflicts or struggles that seemed inevitable in the aftermath of such catastrophic displacement. Like the Amaran, the Tet vanished from the awareness of their kindred who stayed behind. The mountains swallowed them, and whatever fate they met in the eastern reaches, whatever existence they carved out in those distant lands, remained their own secret, unshared with the vampires of the north. The great divergence of the three tribes represented the final dissolution of vampire civilization as a unified entity. In their native sphere, despite regional differences and distinct cultural traditions, the three tribes had maintained connection, had participated in shared institutions, had contributed to a collective philosophical tradition that encompassed all vampires regardless of tribal affiliation. The conjunction destroyed that unity, and the decision to separate geographically ensured it could never be rebuilt. The vampires who went west and east carried with them portions of the collective knowledge, particular philosophical schools, specific cultural practices, but the totality of what vampire civilization had achieved over millions of years was lost, fragmented into isolated populations that would develop in increasing divergence from one another. The Garisham who remained in the north could preserve only what they themselves remembered, could maintain only the traditions they personally carried, could transmit to any vampires born or made after the conjunction only a fraction of what had existed before. The reasons underlying the separation extended beyond simple geographic exploration or philosophical preference. The trauma of displacement had damaged the social cohesion that had previously bound vampire society together. Trust in institutions, in the stability of collective arrangements, in the reliability of social structures designed to function across millennia, all had been shattered by the conjunction. Individual vampires, thrown back upon their own resources, began prioritizing their personal survival and adaptation over any collective good. The ancient patterns of deference to elder wisdom, of consensus decision-making, of participation in shared cultural projects, all these dissolved under the pressure of catastrophic loss. What remained were individuals connected by common origin and shared trauma, but no longer bound by the institutional frameworks that had previously channeled their immortal existence toward collective ends. The separation into three divergent populations simply formalized what had already occurred psychologically: the fragmentation of vampire society into isolated individuals or small groups pursuing their own approaches to survival in an alien dimension. Those who remained in the north, the Garisham remnant, faced the challenge of establishing some form of existence in territories that would become increasingly complicated as other species, particularly humans, eventually arrived and began building their own civilizations. These vampires would need to navigate relationships with mortal beings who possessed no understanding of what vampires were, who would perceive them through the distorting lens of fear and superstition. They would need to decide whether to reveal themselves or remain hidden, whether to interact with the developing mortal civilizations or maintain isolation, whether to view the brief-lived humans as potential threats, potential resources, or potential companions in their exile. The choices made by the Garisham in those early centuries would establish patterns that would persist for generations, would create the complex and often troubled relationship between higher vampires and humanity that would eventually draw the attention of witches, sorcerers, and scholars attempting to understand the true nature of these immortal refugees from a dimension lost beyond recovery. The vampires who chose to remain in the northern territories after the Great Separation faced the prospect of building some form of sustainable existence in a dimension that would never truly feel like home. These Garisham, whose tribal name carried the weight of lost grandeur, the memory of a capital city that had stood for ages beyond counting, found themselves reduced from the pinnacle of an ancient civilization to refugees struggling to establish basic stability. The landscape they occupied bore no resemblance to the territories they remembered. Where their homeworld had featured geography shaped by millions of years of vampire habitation, architecture that had become integral to the very topology of their sphere, here they found only wilderness, forests untouched by any civilizing hand, mountains that had never known the patient sculpting of immortal architects. The absence of familiar landmarks, of structures that had served as anchor points for memory and identity, intensified the psychological dislocation they already suffered from dimensional displacement. The early vampire settlements in the Northern Territories developed according to principles fundamentally different from those that had guided city building in their native sphere. In their homeworld, construction occurred on timescales measured in centuries, each structure designed to endure forever, every architectural decision made with the assumption of permanent stability. Here, traumatized and uncertain about the long-term viability of remaining in this dimension, the Garisham created temporary arrangements, shelters, and gathering places that reflected their psychological state rather than any grand vision of rebuilding what had been lost. These early settlements served primarily as points of congregation, places where scattered members of the tribe could gather to share information, to discuss their situation, to maintain whatever social cohesion remained possible after the catastrophe of displacement. The locations chosen for these settlements reflected practical concerns: proximity to geographical features that offered some defensive advantage or strategic position, rather than the aesthetic and philosophical considerations that had guided urban planning in their lost world. As decades passed, as the immediate shock of displacement gradually gave way to the grim recognition that return seemed impossible, the Garishim began organizing themselves according to hierarchies that had survived the conjunction. Age continued to confer authority, with the eldest vampires naturally assuming leadership positions based on the depth of their experience and the breadth of their accumulated wisdom. These ancient beings, some of whom had existed for 50,000 years or more in their native sphere, possessed memories reaching back to periods when vampire civilization itself was young, when the philosophical traditions that would eventually dominate their culture were still being formulated. Their perspective, shaped by such vast temporal experience, provided the Garishim remnant with guidance during the difficult centuries of adaptation. The eldest understood better than their younger kindred that immortal existence required patience, that solutions to seemingly insurmountable problems often emerged only across timescales that would seem absurd to shorter-lived beings, that despair over current circumstances represented a failure to maintain the long perspective that immortality both required and enabled. The hierarchy that developed among the Garishim in those early centuries established patterns that would persist into the modern era. At the apex stood the eldest, beings whose age measured in tens of thousands of years placed them in a category qualitatively different from vampires who had existed for mere millennia. These ancients served as living repositories of knowledge about the lost homeworld, as embodiments of cultural continuity spanning epochs, as sources of wisdom accumulated across temporal scales that younger vampires struggled to fully comprehend. Below them in the hierarchy came vampires of middling age, those who had lived for several thousand years in the native sphere before the conjunction, who possessed substantial experience and understanding while still remaining somewhat flexible in their thinking, still capable of adapting to new circumstances without the weight of truly ancient memory constraining their responses. The youngest vampires, those who had existed for only a few centuries before displacement, occupied positions analogous to apprentices, learning from their elders, absorbing what could be preserved of vampire culture and philosophy, preparing to carry that heritage forward into a future that looked increasingly unlike anything their species had known before. The primitive human populations that existed on the continent in those early centuries after the conjunction initially seemed beneath the notice of the Garishim. These were tribal groups, small bands practicing rudimentary agriculture or following hunting and gathering lifestyles, possessing nothing approaching the sophistication of even the youngest elven civilizations. The vampires observed them with a detached curiosity of immortal beings encountering a novel form of life, noting their brief lifespans, their crude social structures, their limited technological capabilities. Some vampires dismissed humans as essentially irrelevant, too short-lived to accumulate meaningful knowledge or develop anything approaching genuine culture. Others recognized potential in these brief-lived creatures, saw in their rapid generational turnover a kind of evolutionary adaptability that might eventually produce something interesting. Still others viewed humans primarily as resources, as sources of sustenance for those vampires who chose to indulge in consumption, as potential subjects for study of mortal consciousness and behavior. Early interactions between the Garishim and human populations varied widely depending on the particular vampires involved and the specific circumstances of contact. Some vampires chose to reveal themselves, appearing to human tribes as powerful beings worthy of reverence or fear, accepting worship or demanding tribute in exchange for not interfering with human activities. Others maintained complete secrecy, observing human settlements from concealment, studying these strange mortal creatures without announcing their own presence. Still others treated humans as prey, as sources of the intoxicating substance that some vampires craved despite having no biological need for it. These varied approaches to human contact created confusion among the mortal populations, who could not understand that they were encountering members of the same species adopting radically different strategies for existing in proximity to shorter-lived beings. Human folklore began to accumulate contradictory accounts of mysterious entities that might appear as beneficent protectors, malevolent predators, or aloof observers depending on which vampire a particular tribe had encountered. The decision to establish a more permanent presence in the northern territories eventually led to the construction of Tesh-Mutna, the fortress that would serve as the closest thing to a capital city the Garishim would create on the continent. This structure represented a departure from the temporary settlements that had characterized the first centuries after displacement. Tesh-Mutna would be built to endure, constructed according to principles derived from vampire architectural traditions, designed to serve as a center for whatever remnant of civilization the Garishim might preserve in this alien dimension. The location chosen for the fortress reflected strategic considerations, positioned in mountainous terrain that offered natural defenses while remaining reasonably accessible to the scattered vampire population. The construction itself would occupy decades, though this represented extraordinary haste by the standards of vampire building in their native sphere, where a single structure might require centuries of patient work. The urgency driving the Tesh-Mutna project reflected the psychological needs of the displaced population, their desire for something permanent, something that might anchor their identity and provide physical manifestation of continuity with what had been lost. The purpose of Tesh-Mutna extended beyond simple shelter or meeting place. The fortress would serve as repository for preserved knowledge, as school for younger vampires who needed education in the traditions of their species, a center for philosophical discourse among vampires attempting to make sense of their continued existence in exile. Within its walls, the Garishim would establish institutions designed to maintain cultural continuity across the centuries, to ensure that knowledge accumulated over millions of years in their native sphere would not be entirely lost to future generations. The fortress would also serve darker purposes, functions that reflected the moral ambiguity that had begun to emerge among vampires struggling to find meaning in a dimension that seemed to offer no clear path toward the stability they had known before. The practices that would eventually develop within Tesh-Mutna, the uses to which certain chambers would be put, would later serve as evidence of how displacement and trauma could corrupt even a civilization as ancient as that of the vampires. The age-based social structures that had begun forming immediately after the conjunction became formalized within the Garishim population during the Tesh-Mutna era. The eldest vampires occupied positions of unquestioned authority, their decisions accepted by younger members of the tribe based on the assumption that beings who had existed for tens of thousands of years possessed wisdom that shorter-lived vampires could not match. This hierarchy functioned without formal titles or ceremonial recognition, maintained instead through the natural deference that younger vampires felt toward their elders, through the recognition that age represented the only reliable measure of accumulated understanding among immortal beings. The system worked reasonably well for maintaining social order within a population that had lost most of its institutional structures, though it also created tensions as younger vampires sometimes chafed under decisions made by ancients whose perspectives had been shaped by a world that no longer existed, whose understanding of how to exist in this dimension might be compromised by their inability to fully release attachment to what had been lost. The construction of Tesh-Mutna marked a turning point in Garishim history on the continent, the moment when the displaced vampire population committed to establishing permanent presence in this alien dimension rather than continuing to exist in a state of temporary refuge. The fortress rose in mountainous terrain, its foundations carved directly into living rock according to techniques developed over millions of years in the vampire homeworld. The builders worked stone with patience that only immortal consciousness could maintain, shaping each block to fit perfectly with its neighbors, creating walls that would stand for thousands of years without mortar or reinforcement. The architecture reflected vampire aesthetic sensibilities, forms that would seem strange and unsettling to human observers, proportions calculated according to mathematical principles derived from a completely different dimensional framework. Towers rose at angles that seemed to defy conventional geometry, windows opened onto vistas that somehow appeared distorted even when viewed from directly in front of them. Corridors followed paths that created subtle disorientation in anyone walking their length. The fortress served multiple functions for the Garishim population. The upper levels housed chambers for philosophical discourse, libraries where preserved knowledge could be stored and studied, observatories where vampires attempted to understand the astronomical and metaphysical structure of this dimension. These spaces reflected the intellectual traditions of vampire civilization, the commitment to understanding reality through patient observation and contemplation that had characterized their culture for epochs. Here the eldest vampires gathered to share memories of the lost homeworld, to compare observations about this new dimension, to formulate theories about what had caused the conjunction and whether any possibility of return might eventually emerge. The discussions that occurred in these chambers could extend for weeks or months without pause, immortal minds examining questions from every conceivable angle, following chains of reasoning that would exhaust mortal philosophers within hours but that vampires pursued with the tireless focus their nature enabled. The middle levels of Teshamutna contained living quarters, though this term requires some adjustment when applied to beings who required neither sleep nor sustenance. These chambers served as private retreats where individual vampires could withdraw for extended periods of solitary contemplation, spaces designed to provide the isolation that immortal consciousness sometimes required. The architecture of these quarters reflected understanding of vampire psychology accumulated over millions of years, proportions and acoustics calibrated to create environments conducive to the particular mental states that vampires sought during periods of intensive internal focus. Some chambers remained occupied for decades at a time, their inhabitants pursuing meditative practices that would reduce mortal minds to madness but that allowed vampires to process the trauma of displacement, to integrate memories spanning thousands of years into coherent narratives, to maintain the psychological stability that eternal existence demanded. The lower levels of the fortress descended deep into the mountain, chambers carved from rock in regions where no natural light could penetrate. Here the Garisham established facilities whose purpose would later mark Teshamutna as a place of darkness in vampire history. These depths housed pens where humans were kept, structures designed to hold populations of mortal captives for extended periods. The practice that developed in these lower chambers represented a fundamental departure from how vampires had existed in their homeworld, a corruption born from the combination of displacement trauma and the peculiar temptation presented by proximity to mortal beings. The Garisham had discovered that humans could be maintained as livestock, that careful management of captive populations could provide reliable access to the substance that some vampires craved. The humans kept in Teshamutna's depths were treated as resources, their brief lives managed to maximize yield, their offspring raised in captivity to sustain the population across generations. The architecture of the lower levels reflected the dark efficiency with which the Garisham approached this practice. The chambers were designed to hold maximum numbers in minimum space, with provisions for basic sustenance and minimal comfort but no consideration for anything approaching dignity or humane treatment. The vampires who managed these facilities approached the task with the same patient attention to detail they brought to all their endeavors, developing systems for tracking lineages, for identifying individuals whose particular characteristics made them more valuable, for maintaining genetic diversity within the captive population to prevent the deterioration that would result from excessive inbreeding. The entire operation functioned with the mechanical precision of beings who viewed the captives not as persons but as resources to be managed, who could observe human suffering with the emotional distance of farmers observing livestock, who had convinced themselves that beings with lifespans measured in mere decades could not possess the depth of consciousness that would make such treatment morally problematic. The eventual abandonment of Teshamutna occurred gradually rather than through any single catastrophic event. As centuries passed, as the vampire population on the continent became increasingly dispersed, as individual Garisham chose isolation over continued participation in collective existence, the fortress saw declining occupation. The philosophical discussions that had once filled the upper chambers occurred less frequently, as the eldest vampires pursuing those conversations either withdrew into solitary contemplation or focused their attention on the increasingly complex relationship with human civilizations that were expanding across the continent. The practice of maintaining human livestock became more difficult as mortal populations developed greater sophistication, as their expanding kingdoms made the disappearance of significant numbers of people increasingly noticeable, as resistance to vampire predation became more organized. Eventually, the Garisham who had maintained Teshamutna made the decision to abandon it, dispersing into the wider world rather than continuing to concentrate their presence in a single location that had become increasingly conspicuous. The ruins that remained after Teshamutna's abandonment preserved disturbing evidence of what occurred within its walls. The lower chambers still contain the architecture of captivity, the pens and holding areas where humans lived out their brief existences in darkness and despair. The mechanisms developed for managing the captive population remain visible, testament to the systematic nature of the practice, to the careful thought and planning that vampires devoted to the maintenance of their human livestock. Scholars and adventurers who have explored the ruins in later centuries reported finding remnants that spoke to the scale of the operation, evidence suggesting that hundreds or perhaps thousands of humans passed through Teshamutnara's depths over the centuries of its occupation. The fortress stands as monument to a dark period in Garisham history, physical evidence of how displacement and trauma can corrupt even beings as ancient and sophisticated as higher vampires. The location of Teshamutnar bears significance beyond the fortress itself. The structure rises in mountainous terrain not far from a cave system that would later become known as the dwelling of the unseen elder, the most ancient and powerful vampire known to exist on the continent. The proximity suggests that Teshamutnara's placement was not arbitrary, that the fortress was deliberately positioned near the cave for reasons connected to the elder's presence and purpose. The relationship between the fortress and the cave, between the Garisham population that built and occupied Teshamutnar and the ancient being who chose to establish himself in the nearby cave system, remains obscure. Some scholars have theorized that the elder served as leader or authority figure for the Garisham remnant, that Teshamutnar functioned as administrative center for a vampire society that acknowledged the elder's supremacy. Others suggest that the proximity reflects shared purpose, that both the fortress and the cave served as focal points for Garisham efforts to find means of returning to their lost homeworld. The tribal symbols found carved into walls throughout Teshamutnar provide fragmentary insight into Garisham culture and belief systems. These markings, rendered in a script that no human scholar has successfully deciphered, appear to serve multiple functions. Some seem to be directional markers, signs indicating the purpose of particular chambers or the route to specific locations within the fortress. Others appear more ceremonial or philosophical, extended passages of text that might represent prayers, historical records, or philosophical treatises carved into stone for permanent preservation. The symbols themselves follow design principles utterly alien to human aesthetic sensibilities, their forms suggesting meaning through relationships and proportions that operate according to vampire rather than mortal perceptual frameworks. Attempts to understand these markings have met with limited success, producing theories and speculation but little definitive knowledge about what the Garisham intended to communicate through these permanent inscriptions. The legacy of Teshamutnar extends far beyond the physical ruins that remain. The fortress represents a particular moment in vampire history on the continent, a period when the displaced Garisham attempted to rebuild something approximating the civilization they had lost, only to discover that their traumatized state and the alien nature of this dimension rendered such rebuilding impossible. The darkness that developed in Teshamutnara's lower chambers, the systematic treatment of humans as livestock, revealed how displacement had damaged vampire moral frameworks, how the loss of their cultural and institutional context had left them vulnerable to practices they might never have contemplated in their native sphere. The eventual abandonment of the fortress marked the end of Garisham attempts at collective existence, the moment when the vampire population accepted that they would exist as dispersed individuals or small groups rather than as a unified society capable of maintaining structures and institutions analogous to what they had known before the conjunction. In a cave system carved into mountains not far from the ruins of Teshamutnar dwells the being known as the Unseen Elder, a vampire whose age and power place him in a category separate from all other members of his species on the continent. This ancient creature represents the oldest known vampire to have survived the conjunction and maintained continuous presence in the Northern Territories, a being whose existence spans not merely thousands but potentially tens of thousands of years. His isolation in the cave system reflects a choice made long ago, a withdrawal from the scattered remnants of Garisham society into a state of solitary vigil that has persisted for centuries. Those rare individuals who have encountered the Elder and survived the experience report a presence that radiates power on a scale difficult to comprehend, a consciousness so vast and ancient that communication with it requires forms of understanding utterly foreign to mortal minds. The Elder exists in a state beyond the concerns that occupy younger vampires, beyond the struggles of adaptation or integration, focused instead on a purpose that transcends everything else occurring on the continent. The cave dwelling itself bears marks of intelligent design despite its appearance as natural formation. The passages wind deep into the mountain, their walls showing signs of deliberate shaping, subtle alterations to the natural rock that create specific acoustic properties and spatial relationships. The deepest chamber, where the elder maintains his primary residence, features proportions that seem to follow the same mathematical principles visible in Teshem-Mutnera's architecture, suggesting common cultural origin. The walls of this chamber bear tribal symbols identical to those found in the fortress, markings rendered in the Garisham script that predates the conjunction. These inscriptions appear to serve both practical and ceremonial functions, designating the space as significant within vampire cultural frameworks, establishing connections to traditions and beliefs that originated in the lost homeworld. The symbols surround a central area where the elder himself resides, their arrangement forming patterns whose meaning remains obscure to outside observers but which clearly hold importance within Garisham's symbolic systems. The role of the unseen elder within the vampire population on the continent has never been definitively established. Some accounts suggest he serves as leader, the ultimate authority to whom other Garisham defer based on his immense age and the depth of experience that such longevity represents. This interpretation finds support in the proximity of Teshem-Mutnera to the Elder's Cave, in the architectural and symbolic connections between the two locations, in the patterns of deference that younger vampires display when speaking of the ancient being. Other theories propose that the Elder represents something more akin to a guardian or keeper, a being who has assumed responsibility for maintaining certain knowledge or performing certain functions essential to vampire interests but not directly related to leadership or authority. Still others suggest that the Elder's position reflects less about formal hierarchy and more about the natural reverence that vampires feel toward beings of such profound age, that his isolation in the cave system represents personal choice rather than any official role or assigned responsibility. The Elder's purpose, insofar as it can be understood by those who do not share his perspective, centers on waiting. He maintains vigil in his cave system, consciousness focused on the barrier between dimensions, attention directed toward detecting any fluctuation that might indicate the possibility of return to the vampire homeworld. The conjunction that brought vampires to the continent tore open passages between spheres, created temporary portals through which beings and creatures passed from one dimension to another. The Elder watches for any sign that such passages might open again, that the barriers separating this dimension from the vampire's native sphere might weaken sufficiently to allow transit back to the world they lost. This vigil requires patience on a scale that even other immortal beings find difficult to fathom, a willingness to dedicate centuries or millennia to observation of phenomena that might never manifest, that might represent futile hope rather than realistic possibility. Yet the Elder maintains his watch, unchanging in his purpose, convinced that return remains possible if only the correct moment can be identified, if only the right opportunity can be seized. The whispers across waters represent one of the most mysterious aspects of the Elder's existence and purpose. Lake Lac Selavi, which lies in the region near the Elder's Cave, serves as focal point for communication between the unseen Elder and other vampires scattered across vast distances. The mechanism underlying this communication remains obscure, operating according to principles that transcend conventional understanding of how consciousness might project across space. Some accounts describe the phenomenon as a form of telepathy, direct transmission of thought between vampire minds facilitated by the unique properties of the lake's waters. Others suggest more metaphysical explanations, proposing that the lake serves as anchor point for connections that exist outside normal spatial relationships, that vampire consciousness can access networks of communication inherited from their native dimension and still partially functional despite dimensional displacement. Whatever the mechanism, the Elder uses the lake to maintain contact with distant members of his species, sharing observations, coordinating responses to significant events, maintaining whatever threads of connection still bind the scattered vampire population into something approaching collective identity. The content of these communications across the waters remains largely unknown to outside observers. Vampires who have acknowledged the existence of such contact refuse to discuss details, maintaining the secrecy that their species guards so carefully regarding internal affairs. Fragmentary accounts suggest that the elder shares information about dimensional phenomena, about observations related to the possibility of return, about threats or opportunities that might affect vampire interests across the continent. The communication appears to flow primarily outward from the elder rather than toward him, suggesting his role as source of guidance or information rather than recipient of reports from scattered vampires. This pattern supports interpretations of the elder as leader or authority figure, as the being whose perspective and understanding provide direction for others of his kind. Yet it might equally reflect the elder's unique position as watcher of dimensional barriers, as the vampire most focused on and knowledgeable about the specific phenomena that might eventually allow return to the homeworld. The power that the unseen elder commands transcends anything demonstrated by other vampires on the continent. Those who have witnessed his capabilities report abilities that dwarf even the impressive displays of strength and speed that characterize younger higher vampires. The elder moves with velocity that renders him invisible to normal perception, appearing to teleport rather than traverse the space between locations. His physical strength allows him to tear through stone and metal as though they were parchment, to reshape his environment according to his will with minimal effort. The combat form he can assume bears only superficial resemblance to the monstrous shapes that other higher vampires adopt, representing instead a manifestation of power so overwhelming that the few who have seen it and survived could barely find words to describe the experience. This level of capability suggests that vampire power increases with age according to principles that operate across vast timescales, that the difference between a vampire of a few thousand years and one of tens of thousands represents a gulf comparable to that between humans and lesser supernatural beings. The psychological state of a being who has existed for so long, who has maintained solitary vigil for centuries, who carries memories spanning epochs, remains fundamentally incomprehensible to shorter-lived consciousnesses. The elder's perspective has been shaped by temporal scales that reduce human history to brief moments, that place the rise and fall of civilizations in context as minor fluctuations barely worth noting. His attachment to the lost homeworld burns with undiminished intensity despite the passage of 15 centuries since the conjunction, suggesting that vampire consciousness does not heal from trauma through the simple passage of time, that the grief of displacement remains as fresh and immediate for him as it was in the moments immediately following arrival on the continent. This persistence of grief and longing provides insight into the fundamental difference between immortal and mortal psychology, the way consciousness that never fades must carry all its accumulated pain forward without the mercy of forgetting that time grants to shorter-lived beings. The relationship between the unseen elder and the broader vampire population on the continent operates through layers of distance and deference. Most vampires never encounter the elder directly, experiencing his presence only through the communications that occasionally reach them through mysterious channels, through the awareness that somewhere in the northern mountains an ancient being maintains watch over interests that transcend individual concerns. Those vampires who do seek audience with the elder approach with extreme caution, aware that disturbing his vigil without sufficient cause might provoke responses catastrophic to even their resilient forms. The protocols surrounding such contact reflect vampire cultural traditions predating the conjunction, formalities preserved from the lost homeworld and maintained despite the disruption of displacement. These traditions ensure that the elder's isolation remains largely undisturbed, that his focus on watching for signs of return suffers minimal interference from the concerns of younger vampires navigating existence on the continent. Within the broader category of creatures classified as vampires on the continent exists a specific species referred to in scholarly texts and Witcher bestiary entries as higher vampires, beings who represent the apex of vampire evolution and the most sophisticated expression of their kind's capabilities. This designation, while taxonomically imprecise in ways that frustrate scholars attempting to construct rigorous classification systems, serves to distinguish a particular type of vampire from the various other species that share certain characteristics while differing fundamentally in intelligence, power, and nature. The true higher vampires, exemplified by figures such as Emiel Regis Rohelek Terzif Godefroy, Dettlaff van der Eretine, the Unseen Elder, and Orianna of Toussaint, possess capabilities and characteristics that place them in a category separate from all other vampire species. These beings combine perfect mimicry of human form with intellectual capacity that rivals or exceeds the brightest mortal minds, physical power that can overwhelm almost any opponent, and the true immortality that sets them apart from every other creature on the continent. The physical appearance of higher vampires in their default state represents perhaps their most remarkable adaptation to existence among other species. Unlike the monstrous forms characteristic of lesser vampire species, unlike the partially transformed states that mark intermediate categories, true higher vampires appear completely and convincingly human when they choose to adopt that presentation. The mimicry extends to every detail that might betray inhuman nature, from skin temperature and texture to breathing patterns to subtle physiological responses that occur automatically in humans, but must be consciously simulated by beings whose bodies operate according to different principles. A higher vampire walking through a crowded marketplace, attending a noble's ball, or conversing in a tavern remains utterly indistinguishable from genuine humans to normal observation. Even close physical contact reveals nothing suspicious, as higher vampires maintain the appearance of warmth, pulse, respiration, and all other signs of living human physiology despite requiring none of these processes for their actual survival. This capacity for perfect human mimicry reflects sophistication developed over millions of years of vampire evolution in their native dimension. The ability serves multiple purposes, allowing higher vampires to move freely among other species without detection, to participate in mortal society when they choose, to observe and study other beings without the complications that obvious inhuman appearance would introduce. The skill required to maintain such complete mimicry extends beyond simple shape-shifting, demanding conscious attention to countless small details that must be continuously adjusted to match the behavior of surrounding humans. A higher vampire must remember to blink at appropriate intervals, to shift posture in ways that suggest unconscious comfort-seeking rather than the perfect stillness their nature would otherwise maintain, to modulate vocal patterns to include the slight imperfections and variations that characterize genuine human speech. This constant performance requires a level of focus and awareness that would exhaust mortal minds within hours, yet higher vampires maintain it effortlessly across days or weeks when circumstances require extended immersion in human society. The monstrous combat forms that higher vampires can assume represent the opposite extreme of their shape-shifting capabilities. When threatened or when choosing to reveal their true nature, higher vampires transform into creatures that bear only superficial resemblance to their human appearance. The transformation occurs with startling speed, flesh flowing and reshaping according to principles that seem to violate conservation of mass and basic biological constraints. The resulting form towers over human height, muscles swelling to proportions that suggest strength far beyond what even the enlarged frame would normally support. Claws extend from hands that have become weapons rather than tools for manipulation, capable of tearing through armor and flesh with equal ease. The face elongates, jaw distending to reveal teeth designed for rending rather than the delicate work of human dentition. Wings may emerge from the back, membranous structures that allow flight despite their apparent inadequacy to lift such massive forms. The entire transformation represents a shift from the careful mimicry of human vulnerability to the full expression of predatory power. The intellectual capacity of higher vampires rivals or exceeds that of the most brilliant human minds, a fact that becomes evident in extended conversation with beings like Emiel Regis, whose philosophical sophistication and depth of knowledge command respect even from the most learned scholars. This intelligence operates across temporal scales that amplify its effectiveness beyond what raw cognitive capability alone would suggest. A higher vampire can pursue a single line of inquiry for decades, maintaining perfect recollection of every relevant detail, never losing focus or momentum, accumulating understanding in ways that would be impossible for beings whose lives span mere decades. They can perceive patterns that emerge only across centuries, can trace consequences of actions through multiple generations, can construct arguments and theories that account for evidence gathered over timescales that would encompass entire human civilizations. This combination of high intelligence and immortal persistence makes higher vampires formidable scholars, philosophers, and strategists, beings whose understanding of complex subjects often surpasses what mortal experts can achieve despite lifetime dedication to their fields. The differences between true higher vampires and other vampire species operate across multiple dimensions simultaneously. Lesser vampires, creatures like fledders and echimaras, possess animal or near-animal intelligence, operating primarily on instinct and simple learning rather than genuine reasoning. They cannot maintain human form, appearing always as obviously monstrous, and they lack the social sophistication that would allow meaningful interaction with other sapient species. Intermediate vampire species, including catachans, alps, and bruxa, demonstrate greater intelligence and some capacity for human mimicry, yet they remain distinguishable from true higher vampires through subtle limitations in their shape-shifting abilities, through behavioral patterns that reveal their nature to trained observers, through intellectual capabilities that, while impressive by mortal standards, fall short of the profound sophistication that characterizes beings like Emiel Regis or Dettlaff. The true higher vampires stand alone at the apex of vampire taxonomy, combining perfect mimicry, exceptional intelligence, devastating combat capability, and genuine immortality in ways that no other vampire species can match. The social behavior of higher vampires reflects their unique position as beings who can choose whether to reveal their nature or maintain concealment. Some, like Emiel Regis during his centuries as a barber surgeon in Dillingen, commit to complete integration into human society, maintaining their disguise continuously, participating in mortal communities as though they were merely unusually talented humans. Others adopt positions of deliberate visibility, like Orianna in Two Saint, occupying roles in human society that provide cover while allowing them certain freedoms that complete concealment would prevent. Still others, like the unseen elder, withdraw entirely from mortal contact, choosing isolation over the complications that proximity to short-lived beings inevitably introduces. These varying approaches reflect individual personality and philosophical perspective as much as practical consideration, each higher vampire making choices about how to exist in a world not designed for beings of their nature based on their particular understanding of what kind of life offers meaning to immortal consciousness. The sensory capabilities of higher vampires exceed human norms across every modality. They perceive visual details invisible to mortal eyes, detecting subtle shifts in color and light that reveal information about emotional states, health conditions, and environmental factors. Their hearing extends into frequencies beyond human range, allowing them to perceive conversations from impossible distances, to detect heartbeats and breathing patterns that betray emotional states, to navigate through sound with precision rivaling sight. The olfactory sense of higher vampires provides information with resolution and complexity that humans can barely imagine, each individual possessing a unique scent signature as distinctive as a face, each location carrying layered smells that tell detailed stories about what has occurred there. This sensory richness makes concealment from higher vampires extraordinarily difficult, as even perfect visual mimicry fails to hide the thousands of subtle cues that their enhanced perception automatically processes. It also means that higher vampires experience reality in fundamentally different ways than humans, their awareness constantly flooded with information that mortal brains would be incapable of processing even if mortal senses could detect it. The regenerative capabilities that characterize all higher vampires reach their most refined expression in the true higher vampire species. Wounds that would prove instantly fatal to any mortal being heal within moments, flesh knitting back together with supernatural speed, bones reforming with perfect structural integrity, organs reconstituting themselves from catastrophic damage. Even injuries that destroy the body entirely fail to end higher vampire existence, the consciousness persisting through the long process of regeneration that eventually produces a fully reconstituted form. This capacity for recovery from any physical trauma, combined with immunity to disease, poison, and the deterioration of aging, renders higher vampires effectively invulnerable to everything except the intervention of another higher vampire. They walk through the world in bodies that cannot be permanently harmed by any force that mortals or most supernatural beings can bring to bear, secure in the knowledge that short of encountering another of their own kind with hostile intent, they face no genuine threat to their continued existence across the centuries ahead. The classification of vampire species represents one of the more challenging tasks facing scholars and witches attempting to organize knowledge about the supernatural creatures inhabiting the continent. The category designated as vampire encompasses a remarkable diversity of beings, from mindless predators operating on pure instinct to sophisticated immortals whose intellectual capacity rivals the greatest human minds. This taxonomic complexity arises partly from the nature of vampires themselves, creatures originating from a dimension with evolutionary pressures and developmental pathways utterly different from those that shaped life on the continent, and partly from the limitations of mortal observation attempting to categorize beings whose nature often defies conventional biological frameworks. The distinction between lesser and higher vampires provides the broadest organizational principle, dividing vampire species into two major categories based on intelligence, power, and capacity for reason. Yet even within these broad divisions, significant variation exists, creating a spectrum of vampire types that challenges attempts at rigid classification. Lesser vampires constitute the more numerous category, creatures whose cognitive capabilities range from entirely bestial to marginally intelligent. These beings demonstrate vampire characteristics in terms of physical resilience, regenerative capacity, and certain supernatural abilities, yet they lack the reasoning faculties that would allow them to be considered sapient. The Equimara represents perhaps the most purely predatory of lesser vampire species, a creature of remarkable cruelty and effectiveness in pursuit of prey. Equimaras possess speed that allows them to close distances with terrifying rapidity, strength sufficient to tear apart armored opponents, and regenerative abilities that make them extraordinarily difficult to dispatch. Their behavior follows patterns of animal cunning rather than genuine intelligence, though they demonstrate capacity for learning from experience and adjusting tactics based on previous encounters. The Fleder occupies a similar ecological niche, though its particular adaptations emphasize aerial mobility and sensory capabilities suited to nocturnal hunting. Fleders attack with mindless aggression, their behavior driven entirely by hunger and territorial instinct, lacking any capacity for communication or restraint. The Garcane demonstrates slightly greater sophistication than Equimaras or Fleders, possessing abilities that suggest rudimentary psychic capacity. These creatures can project mental energy that disorients their prey, creating confusion and fear that makes resistance more difficult. The Garcane hunts with methods that show more planning and patience than the straightforward aggression characteristic of Fleders, sometimes observing potential victims for extended periods before attacking, sometimes manipulating circumstances to isolate targets from protective groups. Yet for all this apparent cunning, Garcanes remain fundamentally bestial, their behavior explicable through instinct and simple learning rather than genuine reasoning. The Plumard represents the least documented of common lesser vampire species, a creature known primarily through fragmentary reports and occasional confirmed sightings. The scarcity of reliable information about Plumards reflects either their rarity on the continent or behavioral patterns that make them particularly elusive, perhaps both factors contributing to their obscurity in bestiary literature. The higher vampire category encompasses species that demonstrate genuine intelligence, capacity for reason, and sophisticated social behavior. Yet this designation includes considerable internal variation, with some species displaying capabilities far exceeding others despite all being classified as higher relative to their lesser cousins. Alps and Bruxa represent female-presenting vampire species, beings who can assume convincing human form and integrate into mortal society with varying degrees of success. Catacans possess shape-shifting abilities that allow them to pass as human, though their transformation lacks the perfect mimicry that characterizes true higher vampires. Mulas and Necurats round out the roster of species classified as higher vampires in Witcher bestiaries, each possessing distinct characteristics and capabilities. The spectrum of intelligence and power within the higher vampire category extends from species barely more sophisticated than the cleverest lesser vampires to beings like the true higher vampires, whose capabilities place them in an entirely different class of existence. The question of why taxonomy matters occupies considerable attention among witchers and scholars who must navigate encounters with vampire species. For witchers, Correct identification of vampire type determines appropriate combat strategies, as tactics effective against lesser vampires prove useless or counterproductive when applied to higher species. Silver weapons, which can permanently dispatch lesser vampires, merely inconvenience true higher vampires, whose regenerative capabilities render them effectively immune to conventional methods of elimination. The level of caution appropriate to an encounter varies dramatically depending on vampire species, as lesser vampires, while dangerous, represent manageable threats to a properly prepared witcher, whereas higher vampires require entirely different approaches, often emphasizing negotiation or avoidance rather than confrontation. For scholars attempting to understand the broader ecology and sociology of the continent, vampire taxonomy provides insight into the diversity of life that arrived during the conjunction, into the ways different species have adapted to existence on a world not their own, into the complex relationships between vampire species and the other inhabitants with whom they share territory. Common misconceptions about vampire categorization complicate efforts at public education regarding these creatures. Many folk believe that all vampires share the same characteristics and vulnerabilities, that the methods effective against one vampire will work equally well against all others. This dangerous error has cost numerous lives, as individuals armed with knowledge sufficient to handle lesser vampires have confidently approached higher species only to discover their preparations utterly inadequate. The popular association of vampires with certain specific vulnerabilities, the belief in universal weaknesses like garlic, running water, or religious symbols, reflects folklore that may apply to some lesser species but has no effect whatsoever on higher vampires. The misconception that all vampires require sustenance, that they must consume regularly to survive, fails to account for the fundamental difference between species that genuinely need blood for metabolic processes and higher vampires for whom consumption represents choice rather than necessity. The relationship between vampire species, particularly between higher and lesser varieties, remains poorly understood. Some scholars theorize that lesser vampires represent evolutionary offshoots or earlier developmental stages of the lineages that eventually produced higher species, that the bestial Fledders and Echimaras share common ancestry with sophisticated beings like true higher vampires, separated by millions of years of divergent evolution in the vampire homeworld. This interpretation finds support in the shared characteristics that unite all vampire species: the regenerative capabilities, the supernatural resilience, the certain common morphological features visible in their monstrous forms. Other scholars argue for greater separation between species, suggesting that creatures called vampires on the continent might represent multiple unrelated lineages that happen to share certain characteristics through convergent evolution or through exposure to similar environmental pressures in their native dimension. The true answer likely lies somewhere between these extremes, with vampire taxonomy reflecting a complex evolutionary history that unfolded across millions of years in a dimension whose ecological and metaphysical characteristics remain largely unknown. The arrival of different vampire species during the conjunction followed no apparent pattern based on species type. Lesser and higher vampires came through the dimensional barriers in seemingly random distribution, with no evidence suggesting that particular species arrived in specific locations or times. This random dispersal created ecological complications, as vampire species suddenly found themselves in proximity to one another in ways that might never have occurred in their native dimension. Competition for territory, prey, and resources emerged among vampire populations, though these conflicts operated according to principles different from those governing competition among mortal species. The immortality of higher vampires meant that territorial disputes could persist for centuries, long-running conflicts between individuals whose grievances dated to the immediate aftermath of the conjunction. The presence of lesser vampires created additional complications, as higher species sometimes found themselves needing to manage populations of their bestial cousins whose predation on humans threatened to draw unwanted attention from mortal authorities. The variation in how different vampire species have adapted to existence on the continent reflects both their inherent capabilities and the circumstances they encountered after arrival. Lesser vampires, lacking the intelligence to develop sophisticated strategies, have simply continued their predatory existence, hunting according to instinct, establishing territories in wilderness regions where their presence attracts minimal organized resistance. Higher vampire species have pursued more complex approaches, with catacans and Alps attempting various levels of integration into human society. True higher vampires either achieving perfect concealment or withdrawing into isolation. The success of these different adaptive strategies varies considerably, with some vampire species maintaining stable populations across the centuries while others appear to have declined significantly, whether through attrition from encounters with witches and other threats or through some other mechanism remains unclear. The overall picture presents vampire populations on the continent as still in process of adapting to their displacement, still working out sustainable relationships with the environment and other species, still evolving toward whatever equilibrium might eventually emerge from the chaos of their involuntary arrival 15 centuries ago. The female-presenting higher vampire species known as Alps and Bruxa occupy a particular niche within vampire taxonomy, beings who combine the enhanced capabilities of higher intelligence with forms and behaviors that have led to their classification as distinct species rather than simple gender variants of other vampire types. These creatures demonstrate remarkable sophistication in their capacity for human mimicry, able to adopt convincing female forms that allow them to integrate into mortal society with minimal risk of detection. The physical characteristics they display in their assumed human appearance range from ordinary to striking, with individual Alps and Bruxa choosing presentations that serve their particular purposes, whether that involves attracting attention or maintaining careful anonymity. Their ability to maintain these forms extends across days or weeks without apparent effort, the constant attention to detail required for such sustained mimicry suggesting cognitive capabilities substantially exceeding those of lesser vampire species while perhaps falling slightly short of the effortless perfection that characterizes true higher vampires like Emiel Regis or Dettlaff. The transformation abilities possessed by Alps and Bruxa allow them to shift between human appearance and combat forms adapted for predation and defense. The monstrous shapes they assume bear certain similarities to those adopted by true higher vampires, with elongated limbs, enhanced musculature, and morphological features optimized for violence. Yet observers familiar with both types note subtle differences in the transformed state, variations in proportion and capability that mark Alps and Bruxa as distinct species rather than simply female examples of the vampire form exemplified by Emiel Regis. The transformation occurs rapidly, flesh flowing and restructuring according to principles that seem to violate conventional biological constraints, the entire process completing in moments when circumstances demand immediate shift from concealment to combat capability. The reverse transformation, from monstrous form back to human appearance, proceeds with equal facility, allowing Alps and Bruxa to disappear into crowds or populated areas immediately after violent encounters, leaving witnesses unable to identify which apparently normal woman might actually be the creature that moments before was tearing through armored soldiers. The shrieking sonic attacks employed by Alps and Bruxa represent their most distinctive combat capability. These creatures can produce vocalizations that transcend normal acoustic principles, sounds that carry supernatural force capable of disorienting, stunning, or even physically damaging their targets. The shriek manifests as a piercing wail that seems to penetrate directly into the skull, bypassing normal auditory processing to inflict pain and confusion that leaves victims helpless for the crucial moments needed to close distance and engage in physical combat. The attack affects not only the immediate target but anyone within range, making Alps and Bruxa particularly dangerous when encountered in groups or when they attack parties of travelers or soldiers. The shriek appears to operate through mechanisms combining mundane sound waves with some form of supernatural energy, as simple physical barriers prove inadequate to block its effects while certain magical protections can provide some degree of shielding. The distinction between Alps and Bruxa centers primarily on their relationship with invisibility. Bruxa possess the capacity to render themselves completely imperceptible to normal vision, fading from sight while maintaining full physical presence and capability for action. This invisibility extends beyond simple optical camouflage, appearing to affect observers' perception directly rather than merely bending light around the vampire's form. A Bruxa can stand in plain sight yet remain completely undetected, can move through crowded spaces without being seen, can observe targets without revealing her own presence. This capability makes bruxa extraordinarily difficult to defend against, as they can position themselves for optimal attack without alerting their intended victims, can retreat from unfavorable situations by simply fading from perception, can maintain surveillance without risk of counter-observation. Alps lack this particular adaptation, remaining visible even when attempting stealth, forced to rely on mundane methods of concealment and their ability to appear as harmless humans rather than the supernatural predators they truly are. The integration of Alps and bruxa into human communities follows patterns shaped by their particular capabilities and limitations. These vampires often adopt roles that provide access to potential victims while offering plausible explanations for any unusual behaviors that might slip through their carefully maintained human personas. Some become tavern keepers or innkeepers, positions that grant them regular contact with travelers who might disappear without arousing excessive suspicion, whose absence might be attributed to the normal dangers of the road rather than predation. Others establish themselves as healers or herbalists, roles that explain their knowledge of anatomy and provide legitimate reasons for them to be present when others suffer injury or illness. Still others simply present themselves as ordinary women pursuing conventional lives, their apparent normalcy serving as perfect camouflage for their true nature. The success of these integration strategies depends heavily on the individual vampire's skill at maintaining her human facade, at controlling the predatory impulses that might betray her nature, at managing the complex web of relationships and expectations that living among humans necessarily creates. The hunting patterns employed by Alps and bruxa reflect both their capabilities and their need to avoid arousing organized resistance from human populations. Most hunt opportunistically rather than maintaining regular feeding schedules, taking victims when circumstances favor success rather than following predictable routines that might allow their activities to be anticipated and countered. They prefer isolated targets, individuals separated from protective groups, travelers sleeping alone in rented rooms, workers returning home through deserted streets after dark. The attacks themselves often occur with such speed that victims have no opportunity to cry out or resist, the combination of supernatural strength and predatory efficiency allowing Alps and bruxa to incapacitate prey within moments of initiating contact. After feeding, these vampires dispose of remains with care, concealing evidence of their activities to prevent the kind of pattern recognition that might lead to organized hunts or to witches being contracted to eliminate them. The behavioral traits common to Alps and bruxa include certain preferences and tendencies that distinguish them from both lesser vampires and true higher species. They demonstrate greater willingness to engage with human society than most true higher vampires, perhaps because their intelligence, while substantial, falls short of the profound sophistication that makes beings like Emiel Regis find mortal concerns increasingly tedious across centuries of observation. Alps and bruxa seem to derive satisfaction from the performance of humanity itself, from the challenge of maintaining their disguises, from the complexities of navigating mortal social structures while concealing their true nature. This engagement with human society creates both opportunities and vulnerabilities, as it allows these vampires to operate in plain sight while simultaneously exposing them to risks that more isolated creatures never face. Extended contact with the same human communities increases the chance of mistakes, of small inconsistencies accumulating until someone begins to suspect the truth, of witnesses connecting disappearances to the presence of a particular individual. The relationship between Alps and bruxa and other vampire species remains largely undocumented in accessible sources. Whether these female-presenting vampires maintain contact with true higher vampires like those of the Garisham remnant, whether they acknowledge any form of shared identity or common interest with male-presenting vampire species, whether they recognize the authority of ancient beings like the unseen elder, all these questions lack definitive answers. Scattered reports suggest that Alps and bruxa sometimes operate in loose association with other vampire types, that territorial arrangements exist in certain regions where multiple vampire species maintain presence, that some form of communication occurs between different categories of vampires when circumstances require coordination. Yet the details remain obscure, hidden behind the secrecy with which vampires guard information about their internal social structures and relationships. For mortal observers, Alps and bruxa often appear to operate as solitary hunters, individuals pursuing their own survival and interests without obvious connection to broader vampire society. The danger that Alps and Bruxa pose to human populations operates on a smaller scale than the threat presented by true higher vampires, yet their presence creates persistent problems for rural communities and urban centers alike. A single Alps or Bruxa in a region might account for dozens of disappearances across years or decades, maintaining predation at levels that avoid triggering massive organized response while still causing significant suffering among affected populations. The difficulty of identifying and eliminating these vampires compounds the threat they represent, as their ability to mimic human appearance perfectly makes them nearly impossible to detect until they reveal themselves through attack. Witches contracted to deal with Alps or Bruxa face challenging hunts, requiring them to distinguish their target from the surrounding human population, to create situations where the vampire must reveal her true nature, to overcome the considerable combat capabilities these creatures possess. Success in such contracts demands both investigative skill and martial prowess, as well as the judgment to recognize when a vampire might prove too powerful to confront directly, when negotiation or strategic withdrawal represents the wiser choice compared to combat that might end in the witch's elimination rather than the vampire's. The catachan represents a vampire species characterized by shape-shifting capabilities that exceed those of most higher vampires in versatility, while falling short of the perfect mimicry achieved by true higher species. These creatures possess intelligence that clearly elevates them above bestial lesser vampires, demonstrating capacity for planning, learning language, understanding complex social dynamics, and engaging in extended deception. The physical appearance of a catachan in its natural form presents a disturbing amalgamation of humanoid structure and predatory adaptations, with elongated limbs, overdeveloped musculature, skin that appears stretched and mottled, and facial features that suggest human ancestry twisted by forces that reshaped flesh according to nightmare logic. Yet catachans rarely reveal this form except when necessity demands it, preferring instead to maintain the human appearances they adopt through their shape-shifting abilities, moving through mortal society as convincing impostors whose true nature remains hidden beneath layers of carefully maintained illusion. The invisibility that catachans can achieve represents one of their most valuable survival adaptations. Unlike the invisibility of Bruxa, which appears to operate through direct manipulation of perception, catachan invisibility manifests as genuine optical effect, their bodies becoming transparent or perhaps shifting slightly out of normal visual spectrum. The precise mechanism remains subject to scholarly debate, with some theorists proposing that catachans somehow bend light around their forms, while others suggest more exotic explanations involving minor dimensional shifts that place the vampire's body slightly out of phase with normal reality. Whatever the underlying mechanism, the practical effect provides catachans with extraordinary advantages in both hunting and evasion. An invisible catachan can position itself perfectly for ambush, can observe potential victims without alerting them, can escape from dangerous situations by simply fading from sight and moving away while pursuers search for a target they can no longer perceive. The invisibility extends to anything the catachan carries or wears, preventing the absurd situation of floating clothes revealing the presence of an otherwise imperceptible vampire. The stealth capabilities of catachans extend beyond mere invisibility to encompass a suite of adaptations that make them formidable predators. Their movement produces minimal sound even when traveling at considerable speed, their footfalls somehow muffled through mechanisms that seem to violate normal acoustic principles. They can control their breathing to near imperceptibility, can eliminate or minimize their scent, can regulate body temperature to reduce thermal signature. These capabilities combine with their invisibility to create creatures that can operate in proximity to alert and prepared victims without betraying their presence until the moment of attack. The supernatural stealth possessed by catachans exceeds anything achievable through merely mundane skill, representing adaptations developed across millennia in an environment where such capabilities conferred significant evolutionary advantages. On the continent, these same adaptations allow catachans to thrive despite the presence of witches, professional monster hunters whose enhanced senses would normally detect most supernatural threats with ease. The intelligence level demonstrated by catachans places them in an ambiguous position within vampire taxonomy. They clearly possess reasoning capacity far exceeding that of lesser vampires, ability to learn languages and customs, to understand social hierarchies and exploit them, to plan complex deceptions that might extend across months or years. Yet their cognitive sophistication appears to fall short of the profound intellectual depth characteristic of true higher vampires like Emiel Regis, whose philosophical understanding and breadth of knowledge rival the greatest human scholars. Catechans think tactically rather than strategically, focused on immediate survival and satisfaction of desires rather than contemplating questions of meaning or purpose that occupy more advanced consciousnesses. Their conversations, when they choose to engage in such, reveal practical cunning rather than deep wisdom, cleverness rather than genuine insight. This intermediate position creates challenges for scholars attempting to understand vampire taxonomy, as catechans demonstrate that intelligence exists on a spectrum within vampire species, that the categories of lesser and higher fail to capture the full range of cognitive capabilities present among these displaced creatures. The most thoroughly documented example of a catechan on the continent comes from Novigrad, where a creature named Hubert Rake maintained an elaborate deception that allowed him to operate undetected for an extended period. Rake adopted the identity of a physician, a role that provided him with legitimate access to vulnerable individuals while offering plausible explanations for his knowledge of anatomy and his sometimes suspicious behavior. He used his position to identify potential victims, individuals whose disappearance might be attributed to natural causes or whose low social status meant their absence would generate minimal investigation. The murders he committed displayed a pattern that eventually drew the attention of investigators, leading to his exposure and elimination. Yet before his activities were interrupted, Rake demonstrated the considerable threat that an intelligent vampire willing to engage in systematic predation can pose to human populations. His medical knowledge, genuine despite his inhuman nature, allowed him to manipulate situations in ways that a less sophisticated predator could never achieve, creating circumstances where his crimes appeared to be the work of a human culprit rather than a supernatural creature. The ambiguity surrounding whether catechans can be permanently eliminated reflects broader uncertainties about vampire physiology and the mechanisms underlying their remarkable resilience. Most Witcher sources classify catechans as higher vampires, creatures possessing the true immortality that characterizes that category, beings who can regenerate from apparently fatal injuries given sufficient time. Yet some accounts suggest that catechans have been permanently dispatched through conventional means, that silver weapons blessed according to certain rituals or applied with particular techniques can inflict damage from which even their regenerative capabilities cannot recover. The contradiction between these accounts might reflect genuine variation within the catechan species, with some individuals possessing greater resilience than others, or it might simply demonstrate the difficulty of confirming permanent elimination when dealing with creatures that can regenerate over extended periods. A catechan that appears thoroughly destroyed might simply require decades to reconstitute, eventually rising again long after those who believed they had eliminated it have died of natural causes. The shape-shifting capabilities that allow catechans to assume human form operate through mechanisms distinct from the mimicry employed by true higher vampires. Where beings like Emiel Regis or Dettlaff maintain perfect human appearance through what appears to be complete physical transformation, catechans seem to employ a form of sustained illusion or semi-tangible shape-shifting that requires ongoing conscious attention. The difference becomes apparent under certain circumstances, as catechan disguises can slip when the vampire suffers injury, experiences strong emotion, or becomes distracted. Witnesses have reported seeing catechans whose human facades momentarily failed, revealing glimpses of the monstrous form beneath before the vampire reasserted control and restored the illusion. This vulnerability makes extended interaction with observant individuals risky for catechans, as maintaining flawless human appearance while simultaneously managing complex social situations demands levels of concentration that even their enhanced cognitive capabilities sometimes struggle to maintain. True higher vampires face no such limitation, their transformation to human form representing complete physical restructuring that persists without conscious effort. The hunting behavior of catechans reflects their intermediate position between bestial predators and sophisticated immortals. They demonstrate more restraint than lesser vampires, avoiding the kind of indiscriminate predation that quickly attracts organized resistance, yet they lack the long-term perspective and self-control that allows true higher vampires to live among humans for centuries without ever revealing their nature through violent feeding. Catechans typically establish themselves in population centers where regular disappearances can be attributed to mundane causes, where the presence of criminals, disease, and accidents provides cover for their activities. They select victims with some care, preferring individuals whose absence will generate minimal investigation, yet they demonstrate less sophistication in this selection than true higher vampires would employ. The pattern of a catechene's predation often becomes apparent to trained observers before the vampire recognizes the danger, leading to investigations that eventually expose and eliminate the creature despite its considerable abilities. The relationship between catechans and other vampire species remains largely undocumented in accessible sources. Whether catechans recognize the authority of ancient beings like the unseen elder, whether they maintain any form of contact with true higher vampires or with the Garisham remnant, whether they view themselves as part of a broader vampire community or simply as individuals pursuing their own survival, all these questions lack clear answers. The scattered evidence suggests that catechans operate primarily as solitary hunters, individuals who establish themselves in particular territories and defend those territories against encroachment by other vampires, but who maintain no broader social connections or political allegiances. This isolation might reflect their intermediate status, leaving them too sophisticated to merge with lesser vampire populations yet not advanced enough to participate in whatever social structures exist among true higher vampires. The catechane thus exists in a kind of taxonomic and social limbo, a creature neither fully bestial nor genuinely immortal, navigating existence on the continent through cunning and adaptability rather than through overwhelming power or perfect concealment. The lesser vampire species that haunt the wilderness regions and abandoned places of the continent represent creatures whose cognitive capabilities barely exceed those of predatory animals, beings driven primarily by instinct and simple learning rather than genuine reason. These vampires, while sharing certain characteristics with their more sophisticated higher cousins, exist in a fundamentally different relationship with the world around them, incapable of the complex thought processes that would allow them to adapt their behavior beyond immediate tactical adjustments, unable to engage in communication or negotiation, responding to threats and opportunities according to patterns written into their nature rather than through conscious choice. The Equimara stands among the most dangerous of lesser vampire species, a creature combining vicious temperament with capabilities that make it extraordinarily difficult to dispatch even for experienced witches. These vampires demonstrate cruelty in their hunting practices that extends beyond mere predation, seeming to derive satisfaction from the suffering of their victims, toying with prey before delivering final attacks, inflicting unnecessary pain through methods that suggest sadistic enjoyment rather than simple efficiency. The speed possessed by Equimaras allows them to close distances with terrifying rapidity, covering ground between themselves and their targets faster than human reflexes can properly register. This velocity combines with considerable physical strength, muscles capable of tearing through armor and bone with equal facility, claws that can disembowel with single strikes, jaws that can crush skulls or sever limbs. The hunting strategy typically employed by Equimaras involves rapid closing followed by overwhelming violence, the creature seeking to incapacitate prey immediately through massive trauma rather than engaging in extended combat. Yet when circumstances prevent such direct assault, when prey proves more resilient than anticipated, Equimaras demonstrate tactical flexibility that exceeds what their limited intelligence would seem to allow. They can retreat and reposition, can use terrain to their advantage, can distinguish between vulnerable and protected targets, adjusting their approach based on what previous attempts have revealed about defensive capabilities. This combination of bestial aggression and animal cunning makes Equimaras formidable opponents despite their lack of true intelligence. The regenerative abilities that characterize all vampire species reach impressive expression in Equimaras, allowing them to recover from wounds that would prove immediately fatal to most creatures. Injuries that tear through vital organs, that sever major vessels, that break bones and rend flesh, all heal within moments or hours depending on severity, the vampire's body knitting itself back together with supernatural efficiency. This regeneration allows echimaras to pursue aggressive combat strategies without concern for accumulating damage, enables them to continue fighting despite injuries that would force most creatures to retreat or collapse. The recovery process appears to draw upon some internal reserve of energy that sustains vampire physiology independent of normal metabolic processes, though the precise mechanisms remain poorly understood. What stands clear is that dispatching an echimara requires either catastrophic damage that overwhelms its regenerative capacity entirely or the use of silver weapons, which appear to interfere with vampire healing in ways that allow injuries to prove permanent where they would otherwise close and fade within hours. The fleder represents perhaps the most purely mindless of common lesser vampire species, a creature operating almost entirely on instinct with minimal capacity for learning or behavioral adjustment. These vampires hunt with straightforward aggression that makes their attacks predictable to trained observers, yet their physical capabilities remain dangerous enough that predictability offers limited advantage. Fleders possess aerial mobility through wings that allow them to approach from unexpected angles, to retreat rapidly when confronted with effective resistance, to position themselves advantageously relative to ground-bound opponents. The attacks themselves manifest as frenzied assaults, the fleder launching itself at prey with complete commitment, claws and teeth seeking to inflict maximum damage in minimum time. The creature demonstrates no restraint, no tactical consideration beyond the immediate goal of tearing apart whatever triggered its predatory response. This mindless rage makes fleders particularly dangerous to inexperienced fighters, who might freeze or panic when confronted with such overwhelming aggression, yet it also creates predictable patterns that skilled witches can exploit. The Garcane occupies a position slightly elevated above fleders and echimaras in terms of cognitive capability, demonstrating rudimentary psychic abilities that suggest neural structures capable of more than simple stimulus response patterns. The mental energy attacks employed by Garcanes manifest as waves of disorientation and confusion that leave victims struggling to maintain focus, to coordinate their movements, to formulate defensive strategies. The effect appears to operate through direct manipulation of neural activity rather than through sensory channels, as physical barriers provide no protection and even individuals who close their eyes or cover their ears still experience the full impact. The disorientation created by Garcane psychic attacks provides crucial advantages in combat, allowing the vampire to close distance while opponents struggle to track its position, to land strikes against targets whose defensive responses have been compromised, to retreat before victims can recover sufficiently to mount effective counterattacks. The Garcane combines this psychic capability with physical attributes comparable to other lesser vampires, creating a creature that requires more sophisticated countermeasures than simple strength and speed can provide. The plumard remains the most enigmatic of commonly referenced lesser vampire species, a creature known primarily through fragmentary reports and occasional confirmed sightings rather than through the extensive documentation that exists for echimaras, fleders, and Garcanes. The scarcity of reliable information about plumards might reflect genuine rarity, suggesting that few of these creatures survived the conjunction or that they have suffered severe population decline since their arrival on the continent. Alternatively, the limited documentation might indicate behavioral patterns that make plumards particularly difficult to observe and study, habits that keep them isolated from areas where humans might encounter them, hunting strategies that leave minimal evidence of their activities. The accounts that do exist describe creatures roughly similar to other lesser vampires in general capabilities, possessing enhanced strength, supernatural resilience, and predatory instincts, yet apparently lacking the distinctive special abilities that characterize echimaras, fleders, or Garcanes. Whether plumards possess their own unique adaptations that simply have not been properly documented, or whether they represent a more generalized vampire form without specialized capabilities, remains unclear. The danger that lesser vampires pose to common folk exceeds the threat presented by higher vampire species in several important respects. While true higher vampires possess far greater individual power, they occur in much smaller numbers and their intelligence allows them to operate with discretion that minimizes the frequency of violent encounters. Lesser vampires, by contrast, exist in larger populations, hunt according to simple predatory patterns that create regular casualties, and lack the sophisticated judgment that would allow them to moderate their activities to avoid arousing organized resistance. A region infested with echimaras or fledders suffers persistent losses to predation, with travelers, isolated farmers, and anyone venturing into wilderness areas facing genuine risk of encountering these creatures. The mindless nature of lesser vampire hunting means that even children, elderly individuals, and others who present no threat to the vampires themselves become targets, as these creatures distinguish prey primarily through movement and vulnerability rather than through any assessment of danger or appropriateness. The effectiveness of silver weapons against lesser vampires represents one of the most important discoveries in the long history of witcher training and monster hunting on the continent. Silver, when properly prepared and applied with appropriate techniques, can inflict injuries on lesser vampires that their regenerative capabilities cannot heal, wounds that remain open and compromised rather than closing within moments or hours. The mechanism underlying silver's effectiveness against vampire physiology remains subject to scholarly debate, with theories ranging from direct chemical interference with regenerative processes to more esoteric explanations involving silver's symbolic and metaphysical properties. Whatever the underlying cause, the practical effect provides witchers with reliable means of permanently dispatching lesser vampire species, transforming creatures that would otherwise require overwhelming force to eliminate into manageable opponents for properly equipped professionals. The crucial limitation of this silver effectiveness becomes apparent when confronting higher vampire species, particularly true higher vampires, whose regenerative capabilities operate on fundamentally different principles that render them immune to the advantages silver weapons provide against their lesser cousins. The ecological impact of lesser vampire populations on the continent extends beyond simple predation to affect patterns of human settlement, trade route selection, and regional development. Areas known to host substantial lesser vampire populations see reduced traffic, as travelers choose alternate routes despite greater distance or difficulty rather than risk encounters with creatures that can tear apart armed groups within moments. Rural communities in vampire-infested regions fortify their dwellings, establish strict protocols about travel after dark, organize regular patrols during periods when vampire activity peaks. The economic costs of such precautions, combined with direct losses to predation, create significant burdens for affected populations, particularly in frontier regions where resources remain limited and organized resistance to supernatural threats proves difficult to maintain. The presence of lesser vampires thus shapes human geography in subtle but meaningful ways, creating zones of reduced settlement and economic activity that persist for decades or centuries until organized efforts succeed in eliminating or substantially reducing the vampire population through sustained witcher contracts and militia operations. The bodies inhabited by higher vampires function according to principles that diverge fundamentally from those governing mortal physiology, operating through mechanisms that seem to violate basic biological requirements while simultaneously maintaining forms that appear entirely human to casual observation. The most striking departure from conventional biology manifests in the complete absence of metabolic necessity, the freedom from requirements that bind all other living creatures to constant cycles of consumption and processing. Higher vampires require no oxygen, their tissues somehow sustaining themselves without the oxidative processes that power mortal cells, their bodies functioning perfectly in environments where humans would suffocate within minutes. They need no food, no water, no external sources of energy to maintain the complex biochemistry that keeps their forms operational. The implications of such independence from basic biological requirements extend far beyond simple convenience, suggesting that higher vampire physiology operates through principles entirely divorced from conventional metabolism, that whatever processes sustain their bodies draw upon sources of energy unrelated to oxidation of nutrients or any other mechanism familiar to mortal understanding. The brain, that organ which serves as seat of consciousness in humans and most other sapient species, occupies a peculiar position in higher vampire physiology. While vampires possess brains of apparently normal structure, while these organs show typical anatomical features when examined, they appear to function as interface devices rather than as sources of consciousness itself. The awareness that defines a higher vampire as an individual exists independent of neural tissue, persisting even when the brain suffers complete destruction, continuing unchanged during the long periods of regeneration when no brain exists at all to house it. This separation of consciousness from physical substrate represents perhaps the most philosophically troubling aspect of vampire nature, challenging fundamental assumptions about the relationship between mind and matter, suggesting that awareness can exist as a kind of field or pattern that associates with physical form without depending upon it for continuation. The practical implications become apparent in combat situations, where injuries that would instantly end human life through brain trauma merely inconvenience higher vampires, who continue functioning despite damage that destroys the organ that should be essential to their existence. The regeneration demonstrated by higher vampires operates continuously at levels ranging from cellular repair to reconstitution of entire organ systems, maintaining their bodies in states of perfect vitality regardless of accumulated damage or injury. Minor wounds close within moments, flesh knitting back together with speed visible to normal observation, skin reforming without scar or blemish to mark where injury occurred. More significant trauma requires proportionally longer healing times, with major wounds closing over hours, severed vessels reconnecting, damaged organs rebuilding their complex internal structures. The process appears to follow templates encoded somewhere in vampire physiology, instructions that specify exactly how each tissue type should be structured, ensuring that regenerated flesh precisely matches what existed before injury. This templating extends to the most intricate details, with nerve connections reforming in correct configurations, muscle fibers aligning properly for optimal function, bone structure reproducing down to microscopic features that would seem impossible to replicate without some form of stored pattern serving as reference. The regeneration of severed limbs demonstrates the remarkable extent of higher vampire healing capabilities, showing that their bodies can rebuild structures containing billions of cells, intricate networks of blood vessels, complex musculature, sophisticated nervous system architecture, all without external intervention or conscious direction. A higher vampire who loses an arm or leg in combat begins regenerating the missing limb immediately, the process starting with formation of fundamental skeletal structure and gradually adding layers of tissue until the limb has been completely reconstructed. The timeline for such major regeneration typically spans days rather than hours, though individual variation exists based on factors that remain poorly understood. Some vampires appear to heal faster than others, whether due to age, accumulated power, or simply individual physiological differences analogous to variation in healing rates among mortal populations. The regenerated limb functions perfectly once the process completes, indistinguishable from the original in strength, sensory capability, and fine motor control, suggesting that the regenerative process includes reformation of neural pathways and learned motor patterns along with simple tissue reconstruction. Pain threshold and sensory differences distinguish higher vampire experience of physical existence from mortal sensation in ways that affect their responses to injury and their approaches to situations involving bodily harm. Higher vampires perceive pain, their nervous systems registering damage through mechanisms apparently similar to those operating in human physiology, yet their psychological response to such sensation differs dramatically from mortal reactions. Pain serves as information source rather than urgent demand for behavioral change, as vampires understand that injuries causing the sensation will heal regardless of immediate intervention, that damage-producing agony in the moment represents temporary inconvenience rather than genuine threat to survival. This altered relationship with pain allows higher vampires to continue functioning through trauma that would incapacitate humans through shock alone, to make tactical decisions calmly while suffering injuries that would reduce mortals to screaming incapacity. The sensory information provided by pain remains valuable for combat purposes, alerting the vampire to damage patterns that might indicate particular vulnerabilities in their defensive positioning, yet it lacks the emotional urgency that makes pain such a powerful motivator in creatures whose survival depends on avoiding injury. The absence of aging in higher vampire physiology ensures that their bodies maintain states of perfect vitality indefinitely, never accumulating the cellular damage and systemic deterioration that characterizes mortal senescence. A higher vampire's physical form remains frozen at whatever age it appeared when the vampire achieved full maturation, typically the equivalent of human prime in the late 20s or early 30s, though some vampires maintain appearances suggesting younger or older ages based on preferences developed before they fully understood their nature. This permanent vitality extends to every aspect of physical function, with strength, speed, sensory acuity, and regenerative capacity remaining constant across centuries or millennia rather than declining as mortal bodies inevitably do. The implications for vampire psychology prove profound, as higher vampires never experience the gradual diminishment that forces mortals to confront their own mortality, never face the physical limitations that accumulate with age, never encounter the reminder of their eventual cessation that aging bodies provide to human consciousness. This freedom from deterioration contributes to the psychological distance that separates immortal from mortal perspective, the difficulty higher vampires face in truly comprehending the urgency that drives creatures whose bodies count down toward inevitable failure. The cardiovascular system in higher vampires functions despite the absence of any apparent need for circulation, hearts beating and pumping fluid through vessels according to patterns that mimic human physiology without serving the same metabolic purposes. This continued cardiovascular activity appears to serve structural purposes, maintaining tissue integrity through mechanical processes, distributing whatever mysterious energies sustain vampire physiology throughout their bodies. The fluid circulating through vampire vessels resembles what mortals would recognize as vitae in some respects, yet analysis reveals differences in composition that reflect the alien nature of vampire biology. The substance appears thicker, darker, carrying properties that suggest functions beyond simple transport of nutrients and waste products. Whether this fluid represents true vitae in any meaningful sense, whether vampires could be said to possess life in ways comparable to mortal organisms, or whether their bodies constitute something categorically different that merely mimics certain features of living systems, remains subject to philosophical and biological debate among scholars with access to vampire specimens for study. The respiratory system, like cardiovascular function, continues operating in higher vampires despite serving no metabolic purpose, lungs drawing air in regular cycles that maintain appearance of normal breathing without any actual requirement for oxygen exchange. This continued respiration appears to serve multiple functions, from maintaining structural integrity of lung tissue to enabling speech through controlled exhalation to supporting the olfactory capabilities that provide higher vampires with their extraordinarily rich scent perception. The ability to cease breathing entirely without suffering any consequences proves useful in various situations, allowing vampires to remain submerged underwater indefinitely, to avoid inhaling toxic substances, to reduce their detectability in situations where breathing sounds might betray their presence. Yet most higher vampires maintain breathing patterns as habitual practice, the automatic rhythm providing a kind of anchor to their physical existence, a connection to embodied experience that might otherwise seem increasingly abstract across centuries of immortal consciousness. The sensory capabilities possessed by higher vampires exceed human norms so dramatically that their perceptual experience of reality differs qualitatively from mortal sensation. Visual acuity allows them to perceive details at distances where humans see only blurred shapes, to function effectively in near-total darkness where mortal eyes register nothing useful, to detect subtle shifts in color and luminosity that convey information about emotional states, health conditions, and environmental factors. The auditory range extends far beyond human hearing, capturing ultrasonic frequencies and subsonic rumbles that mortals never perceive, allowing vampires to hear heartbeats from across rooms, to detect approaching footsteps from hundreds of yards away, to navigate through sound with precision exceeding what sight alone provides. The olfactory sense operates with resolution that transforms scent into a rich information channel rivaling or exceeding vision, each individual possessing unique scent signatures, each location carrying layered smells that tell detailed stories about occupants and activities, each emotional state producing subtle changes in body chemistry that vampire noses detect and interpret automatically. This sensory richness means that higher vampires inhabit a perceptual world far more detailed and information-dense than anything mortals experience, their awareness constantly processing stimuli that human brains could never manage even if human sense organs could detect them. The process through which higher vampires recover from severe trauma extends far beyond simple wound healing, encompassing reconstitution from damage so catastrophic that it would reduce any mortal creature to scattered remnants incapable of supporting consciousness or life. When a higher vampire suffers injuries that destroy major portions of their physical form, when their body is torn apart, burned, dissolved, or otherwise reduced to fragments that bear little resemblance to a functional organism, the regenerative process begins immediately, working according to principles that seem to violate every understanding of how biological repair should function. The consciousness persists throughout, awareness continuing without interruption even when the brain that should house it has been destroyed, when no intact neural tissue remains to support thought or sensation. This persistence of awareness during catastrophic physical trauma represents one of the most distinctive and disturbing aspects of higher vampire nature, consciousness divorced from any physical substrate, existing as pure pattern or field that observes its own body slowly reconstructing around it across timescales measured in years or decades. The most thoroughly documented example of regeneration from catastrophic injury comes from the experience of Emiel Regis Rohelek Terzif Godefroy, whose encounter with an angry mob in his youth resulted in damage that would have permanently ended any mortal existence. The mob, having discovered his vampire nature, subjected him to the traditional methods believed effective against such creatures, driving a wooden stake through his chest, severing his head from his body, burying the remains in separate locations to prevent any possibility of recovery. These actions, thorough by the standards of folk wisdom regarding vampire elimination, proved entirely inadequate to permanently dispatch a true higher vampire. Emiel Regis's consciousness persisted in the earth where his remains had been interred, awareness continuing in the darkness underground, experiencing the passage of time without sensory input beyond what his destroyed and dispersed body could provide. The regeneration began immediately, cellular structures slowly reforming according to the templates encoded in vampire physiology, tissue accumulating atom by atom, molecule by molecule, the process advancing with geological patience toward eventual reconstitution of a complete and functional form. The 50 years required for Emiel Regis to regenerate from his catastrophic injuries provides insight into the timescales involved in vampire recovery from the most severe trauma. 5 decades passed while his consciousness remained trapped in darkness, aware but unable to interact with the world, experiencing time in a state that can only be described as waking burial. The psychological impact of such extended isolation, of maintaining awareness across half a century without sensory input or external stimulus, without interaction or distraction, would reduce any mortal mind to complete dissolution within days or weeks. Yet Emiel Regis emerged from the experience with his sanity intact, though profoundly changed by the ordeal, his perspective on existence and his own nature fundamentally altered by the long contemplation that enforced stillness made unavoidable. The experience taught him things about vampire consciousness that no amount of normal existence could reveal, about the resilience of awareness, about the ways immortal minds process time and experience, about the relationship between consciousness and physical form that defines his species' particular mode of existence. The conscious awareness during regeneration represents perhaps the most philosophically significant aspect of the entire process. Emiel Regis remained aware throughout the 50 years of regeneration, his consciousness never dimming, never fading into merciful unconsciousness that might have made the experience tolerable. He perceived the slow accumulation of tissue, felt in some fashion the gradual reformation of his body, experienced time passing in complete darkness and isolation, unable to move or communicate or interact with anything beyond his own thoughts and memories. The awareness apparently exists independent of sensory apparatus, continuing even when eyes have not yet regenerated, when ears remain incomplete, when the nervous system lacks sufficient development to provide normal perception. This suggests that vampire consciousness possesses its own modes of perception, ways of experiencing reality that do not depend upon conventional sensory organs, that operate through mechanisms entirely divorced from the neural processing that characterizes mortal awareness. The implications extend beyond vampire physiology to touch on fundamental questions about the nature of consciousness itself, about whether awareness requires physical substrate or whether it can exist as pattern, as information, as something that associates with matter without depending upon it. Various factors can slow or complicate the regenerative process, extending the timeline required for recovery from severe trauma or interfering with the smooth reconstitution that normally characterizes vampire healing. The presence of certain substances appears to inhibit regeneration, with silver heading the list of materials that vampire physiology finds problematic. While silver cannot permanently harm true higher vampires in the way it dispatches lesser vampire species, its presence in wounds appears to interfere with healing processes, causing injuries inflicted by silver weapons to close more slowly than equivalent trauma from conventional arms. The mechanism underlying silver's interference with vampire regeneration remains obscure, with theories ranging from direct chemical inhibition of whatever processes drive tissue reformation to more esoteric explanations involving silver's symbolic and metaphysical properties creating discord with vampire nature. Whatever the cause, witches and other vampire hunters recognize silver's utility in slowing regeneration sufficiently to allow follow-up attacks before wounds close, turning what would otherwise be exercises in futility into marginally more manageable encounters. Lore preserved in Gwent card descriptions references another method of interfering with vampire regeneration, the practice of forcing higher vampires to consume manticore vitae while they remain incapacitated. The substance apparently acts as poison to vampire physiology, its properties fundamentally incompatible with whatever processes sustain their existence. A vampire forced to ingest or absorb manticore vitae while in a weakened state finds their regenerative capabilities severely compromised, healing slowed to rates that might allow mortal opponents to inflict sufficient accumulated damage to overcome even vampire resilience. The practical difficulty of implementing such tactics, which require first incapacitating a higher vampire sufficiently to force consumption, then maintaining that incapacitation while the poison takes effect, limits the utility of this approach. Yet the existence of the technique demonstrates that vampire regeneration, while remarkably robust, is not entirely invulnerable to interference, that certain substances and methods can disrupt the processes through which vampire bodies reconstitute themselves from catastrophic damage. The reconstitution of complex structures during regeneration from severe trauma presents challenges that vampire physiology somehow overcomes through mechanisms that remain poorly understood. When Emiel Regis's body reformed after 50 years underground, it did so with perfect accuracy, every detail of his previous physical form reproduced exactly, from the arrangement of facial features to the proportions of limbs to presumably the microscopic patterns of neural connections that encode learned behaviors and retained skills. This precision suggests that somewhere in vampire nature exists a complete template, a perfect map of what their body should be, information preserved independent of physical form and accessible to the regenerative processes that rebuild tissue from scattered remnants. The template must encode extraordinary detail, specifying not merely general anatomical structure but the exact positioning of every component down to cellular or perhaps molecular levels. How such information persists, where it resides when the physical body has been destroyed, through what mechanisms the regenerative processes access and implement it, all remain mysteries that contemporary scholarship has failed to adequately address. The reformation of consciousness-body connection as regeneration nears completion marks the transition from entombed awareness to functional existence. As the body approaches full reconstitution, as major organ systems come online and nervous tissue reaches sufficient development to support normal sensory processing, the vampire begins perceiving the world through conventional channels again. The moment when awareness first receives visual input after years or decades of darkness, when sound returns after extended silence, when sensation beyond the vague proprioception of regenerating tissue finally provides rich information about surroundings, represents rebirth in ways more profound than simple metaphor suggests. Emiel Regis described emerging from the earth after his 50-year regeneration as being born again, consciousness reconnecting with physical form in ways that felt novel despite his centuries of previous existence. The experience changed him fundamentally, leading to the oath of abstinence that would define his subsequent relationship with his vampire nature, teaching him lessons about existence and consciousness that he could never have learned through normal immortal experience. The rarity of circumstances requiring regeneration from catastrophic trauma means that most higher vampires never experience the process that Emiel Regis endured. Their resilience and power allow them to avoid situations where such severe damage might occur, their intelligence enabling them to recognize and evade threats capable of inflicting trauma requiring decades of recovery. The few vampires who have undergone such experiences emerge changed in ways that separate them from their kindred who have never faced that particular ordeal, carrying understanding about their own nature that can only be gained through extended conscious awareness divorced from physical form. These individuals possess perspective on vampire existence that combines normal immortal consciousness with the unique insights that come from experiencing awareness as pure pattern, from understanding through direct experience that consciousness persists independent of any physical substrate, from knowing with absolute certainty that they will continue regardless of what happens to their bodies. This knowledge shapes their psychology in ways both liberating and troubling, freeing them from certain fears while simultaneously removing any hope that catastrophic trauma might provide escape from the burden of immortal existence. Among all the forces that might be brought to bear against higher vampires, among all the weapons and strategies and magics that mortals have developed across centuries of occasional conflict with these immortal beings, only one method exists that can permanently end their existence. A higher vampire can be truly dispatched, consciousness finally extinguished and separated from the eternal cycle of regeneration and return, through the intervention of another higher vampire employing specific techniques that their unique physiology alone enables. This limitation, this singular vulnerability that exists only within their own species, shapes vampire society and psychology in profound ways, creating dynamics of fear and power that operate according to principles entirely divorced from those governing relationships among mortal beings. The knowledge that only their own kind poses genuine existential threat means that higher vampires regard each other with wariness that no amount of time or familiarity entirely eliminates, aware that every interaction with another vampire carries the theoretical possibility of permanent ending, that the immortality they possess relative to all other creatures becomes conditional in the presence of their own species. The method through which one higher vampire can permanently end another centers on complete exsanguination, the total removal of whatever vital fluid circulates through vampire physiology in place of conventional vitae. The process requires more than simple draining, more than the removal of liquid from vessels and tissues, demanding instead a fundamental separation of the substance from the body through techniques that only another vampire's physiology can properly execute. The attacking vampire must draw out every trace of the fluid, must continue the extraction past the point where vessels have emptied, must somehow pull the substance from cellular structures and intercellular spaces where it resides at levels too diffuse for simple drainage to reach. The mechanics of this complete exsanguination remain obscure to mortal observers, as vampires guard the details of how they can end one another with secrecy befitting knowledge that represents their only genuine vulnerability. What stands clear is that the process results in permanent cessation, consciousness finally separating from its immortal anchor, awareness ending in ways that no other force can achieve. The philosophical weight of this limitation, this singular vulnerability that transforms immortality from absolute to conditional, presses upon vampire consciousness in ways that influence every aspect of their existence. Higher vampires who have lived for thousands of years, who have survived countless injuries that would have destroyed any mortal being, who have regenerated from catastrophic trauma that reduced their bodies to scattered fragments, must nonetheless acknowledge that another vampire could end them permanently with methods that transcend regeneration. This knowledge introduces element of genuine mortality into existence that would otherwise be entirely divorced from such concerns, creating psychological dynamics comparable in some respects to what mortals experience knowing that death might come at any moment from disease, accident, or violence. Yet the comparison breaks down upon closer examination, as vampire awareness of their conditional mortality operates across entirely different temporal scales, colored by the understanding that permanent ending requires specific circumstances unlikely to arise by chance, that they possess millennia of experience navigating relationships with other vampires without such outcomes occurring. The permanent ending of Dettlaff van der Eretine at the hands of Emiel Regis represents one of the few thoroughly documented instances of one higher vampire dispatching another. The event occurred in Toussaint during the crisis precipitated by Dettlaff's assault on Beauclerc, circumstances that forced Emiel Regis into a position where ending his kindred represented the only viable resolution to a situation spiraling toward catastrophe. The decision to permanently dispatch Dettlaff weighed heavily on Emiel Regis, who had formed close bonds with a younger vampire, who had served as instrument of Dettlaff's resurrection after the events at Stigger Castle, who understood that ending another higher vampire violated fundamental principles that had governed vampire society since before the conjunction. Yet the alternative, allowing Dettlaff to continue his rampage, presented consequences that Emiel Regis found even more unacceptable, leading him to perform the exsanguination that would permanently end Dettlaff's existence despite the personal cost and the broader implications for vampire society. The rarity of such events reflects both practical considerations and deeper cultural prohibitions that govern higher vampire behavior. The practical difficulty of successfully dispatching another higher vampire should not be underestimated, as combat between beings of such power and resilience can extend across hours or days. Neither participant able to inflict damage faster than their opponent can heal unless specific techniques and circumstances allow the decisive exsanguination to occur. Most conflicts between higher vampires, when they occur at all, end through withdrawal rather than permanent resolution, one or both participants choosing to disengage rather than pursuing confrontation to its ultimate conclusion. The cultural prohibitions against ending other vampires operate with force comparable to law despite existing as unwritten understanding rather than codified rule, reflecting recognition among immortal beings that their rarity makes each individual valuable, that permanent ending of another vampire represents loss that can never be recovered, that preservation of vampire populations serves collective interests even when individual conflicts create temptation toward permanent solutions. The inability of witches to truly eliminate higher vampires represents source of significant frustration within that profession, as contracts involving true higher vampires often prove impossible to complete in ways that satisfy traditional definitions of success. A witcher who confronts a higher vampire and manages through skill, preparation, and considerable fortune to inflict catastrophic damage sufficient to render the creature temporarily non-functional has achieved temporary victory at best, as the vampire will eventually regenerate and return. The most a witcher can realistically accomplish against a true higher vampire involves driving the creature away, convincing it through demonstration of capability and determination that continued presence in a particular region carries costs exceeding whatever benefits drew it there initially. This limitation shapes witcher approaches to contracts involving suspected higher vampires, introducing elements of negotiation and psychology that prove more valuable than simple combat prowess, requiring witches to recognize when permanent elimination lies beyond their capabilities regardless of skill or preparation. The philosophical implications of conditional immortality extend beyond simple vulnerability to permanent ending, touching on questions of meaning and purpose that higher vampires must navigate across their endless existence. For mortal beings, the certainty of eventual death provides natural endpoint that structures life, that creates urgency, that forces prioritization and choice based on limited time available. Higher vampires lack this natural structure, their existence stretching forward without inherent terminus, yet the knowledge that another vampire could end them introduces element of potential conclusion that colors their perspective in subtle ways. Some vampires report that this conditional nature of their immortality, the awareness that permanent ending remains theoretically possible, provides strange comfort, a sense that their existence, while potentially endless, is not absolutely so, that escape remains available should the burden of eternal consciousness become truly unbearable. Others find the conditionality disturbing, a flaw in what should be perfect invulnerability, a reminder that even immortals must navigate relationships and conflicts with care lest they encounter the one force capable of permanently ending their awareness. The power dynamics within vampire society derive partly from this singular vulnerability, as the ability to permanently end other vampires creates implicit hierarchy based on relative capability. The eldest and most powerful vampires, beings like the unseen elder, possess such overwhelming advantages in combat that younger vampires recognize any conflict would almost certainly result in their own permanent ending rather than victory. This recognition creates deference patterns that operate without need for explicit threats or demonstrations, younger vampires according respect and yielding to preferences of their elders based on realistic assessment of probable outcomes should conflicts escalate to permanent resolution. The system functions through mutual understanding rather than enforcement, as even the most powerful vampires generally prefer to avoid the complications that would arise from regularly dispatching their juniors, yet the underlying threat remains present in every interaction, shaping behavior through awareness rather than through actual exercise of the ultimate sanction. The emotional weight that accompanies permanently ending another higher vampire reflects recognition of what such actions represent. When Emiel Regis performed the exsanguination that ended Dettlaff permanently, he extinguished consciousness that had existed for thousands of years, eliminated awareness that had survived the conjunction and adapted to existence on an alien world, ended the immortal existence of a being who had expected to continue indefinitely into the future. The act carried weight comparable to genocide in mortal terms, as each higher vampire represents unique perspective and accumulated experience that can never be replicated, consciousness shaped by millennia of observation and contemplation, repository of memories reaching back to the lost homeworld and the civilization that existed before displacement. The permanent loss of such consciousness diminishes the already small population of higher vampires, removes perspective and knowledge that might prove valuable to future vampire society, creates absence that will persist forever in ways that temporary injury or separation never could. This understanding makes the decision to permanently end another vampire extraordinarily difficult for beings who possess the empathy and long perspective that higher intelligence enables. The unwritten laws governing higher vampire society operate with force that transcends any formal legal system, principles maintained through collective understanding and mutual recognition of their necessity rather than through enforcement mechanisms or institutional structures. These laws, collectively referred to as the Vampire Code when discussed in mortal scholarship, though vampires themselves rarely use such terminology, reflect accumulated wisdom developed across millions of years in their native dimension, ethical frameworks designed to allow immortal beings to coexist without descending into conflicts whose resolution might require permanent ending of participants. The most fundamental principle within this code addresses the prohibition against permanently ending other higher vampires, the recognition that beings as rare and valuable as themselves must be preserved even when conflicts arise, that temporary solutions to disputes should always be preferred over permanent elimination of consciousness that has persisted across millennia. This prohibition carries weight that makes its violation almost unthinkable for most vampires, ingrained through cultural transmission and reinforced by the practical recognition that a society of immortals cannot function if its members regularly eliminate one another. The reasoning underlying the prohibition against ending other vampires reflects multiple considerations that all point toward the same conclusion. Higher vampires exist in extremely limited numbers on the continent, a population measured in dozens or at most hundreds rather than the thousands or millions that characterize mortal species. Each individual represents unique perspective shaped by millennia of accumulated experience, consciousness that has witnessed the rise and fall of civilizations, repository of memories reaching back to the homeworld and the society that existed before the conjunction. The permanent loss of such consciousness cannot be recovered, cannot be replaced through any means available to vampire society, represents diminishment of their collective knowledge and perspective that persists forever. This scarcity alone would justify prohibition against ending other vampires, yet additional factors reinforce the principle. Immortal existence means that conflicts which seem urgent in the moment represent temporary disagreements when viewed across appropriate temporal scales, that situations appearing to require permanent resolution might resolve themselves through patience and changing circumstances if participants simply wait decades or centuries for conditions to shift. The treatment accorded to vampires who violate the code by permanently ending another of their kind demonstrates the seriousness with which vampire society regards such transgressions. The punishment involves cursing and expulsion, social exclusion enforced through mechanisms that operate without need for formal institutions or enforcement bodies. The cursed vampire finds themselves cut off from whatever limited social structures exist among their kind, denied access to communications like those the unseen elder maintains across Lake Lac-Célavie, marked as transgressor in ways that persist across centuries. Other vampires refuse contact with a cursed individual, decline to provide assistance or information, treat the transgressor as though they no longer exist as social entity despite their continued physical presence. This isolation, this separation from the only beings who share their nature and can understand their perspective, represents punishment of profound weight for creatures whose immortality already separates them from meaningful connection with shorter-lived species. The cursing persists indefinitely, maintained across centuries or millennia, serving as permanent reminder of transgression and as deterrent to others who might consider violating the prohibition against ending their own kind. The preference for extended punishment over quick permanent ending when addressing serious transgressions reflects vampire perspective on time and consequences. Where mortal societies might respond to severe crimes with execution, removing dangerous individuals permanently from their populations, vampire society chooses instead to inflict suffering that extends across centuries, isolation, and cursing that continues far longer than any mortal lifespan. This approach reflects both practical considerations and deeper philosophical commitments. The practical recognition that permanently ending transgressors would further diminish already limited vampire populations combines with philosophical understanding that punishment operating across appropriate temporal scales carries more weight than swift ending for beings who measure existence in millennia. A vampire cursed and expelled for violating the code faces centuries of isolation, watching mortal civilizations rise and fall while denied connection with the only beings who share immortal perspective, experiencing temporal scales of loneliness that would be impossible to inflict on creatures who live mere decades. This extended suffering serves purposes that quick ending never could, both as punishment proportional to vampire temporal experience and as deterrent visible to all who might consider similar transgressions. The treatment of lesser vampires by their higher cousins exists in moral category entirely separate from the code governing interactions between higher vampires themselves. Lesser vampires, with their limited intelligence and bestial nature, receive consideration analogous to what higher vampires might extend to animals rather than to sapient beings deserving full moral status. Higher vampires who choose to eliminate lesser vampires face no social consequences, no cursing or expulsion, no recognition that they have committed transgression against vampire society. This stark difference in treatment reflects the profound importance of intelligence and consciousness to vampire moral frameworks, the way sapience serves as dividing line that separates beings deserving of protection from creatures whose limited awareness places them in entirely different ethical categories. Some higher vampires express discomfort with this distinction, questioning whether the treatment of lesser vampires truly reflects appropriate moral principles or whether it represents convenient rationalization that allows higher species to avoid confronting ethical complications in their treatment of their less sophisticated cousins. The code's provisions regarding interactions with other species, particularly humans, remain less clearly defined than the absolute prohibition against ending other higher vampires. Individual vampires adopt widely varying approaches to relationships with mortals, some choosing complete isolation, others pursuing integration into human society, still others treating humans as resources or prey with minimal ethical consideration. The code appears to impose no particular restrictions on these choices, allowing each vampire to determine their own approach to existence among shorter-lived species based on personal philosophy and preference. This flexibility reflects recognition that appropriate relationships with mortal beings represent questions without obvious answers, that immortal consciousness engaging with creatures whose entire existence spans mere decades encounters philosophical and practical challenges that admit multiple valid responses. The absence of clear guidance creates space for individual judgment while simultaneously allowing practices that more ethically concerned vampires find troubling, a tension within vampire society that remains unresolved across the 15 centuries since the conjunction. The mechanisms through which the vampire code maintains force without institutional enforcement demonstrate the sophistication of vampire social organization even in the absence of formal structures. The code persists through cultural transmission, eldest vampires educating their juniors in principles that have governed their species since before displacement, emphasizing the reasoning underlying each prohibition, demonstrating through example how immortal beings must navigate relationships with others of their kind. The enforcement occurs through collective action, as violations bring immediate social consequences imposed by all vampires who learn of the transgression, no central authority required to coordinate responses when every member of vampire society recognizes the importance of maintaining the code. This distributed enforcement proves remarkably effective for a population of immortals, creating a system that functions across centuries without need for institutions or formal mechanisms, sustained instead through shared understanding of necessity and mutual commitment to principles that allow their species to persist in exile. The relationship between the vampire code and the laws governing mortal societies occupies ambiguous territory that reflects fundamental differences between immortal and mortal perspectives. Higher vampires recognize mortal legal systems as constraining forces that shape human behavior and create consequences for certain actions, yet they do not typically regard such laws as binding upon themselves in any meaningful sense. The vast disparity in power between higher vampires and mortal authorities means that enforcement of human laws against vampires remains effectively impossible in most circumstances, while the temporal perspective of immortal beings makes mortal legal structures seem transitory and arbitrary, systems that will fade and be replaced within timeframes that vampires consider brief intervals. Some higher vampires choose to respect mortal laws as practical consideration, recognizing that violations create complications and attract unwanted attention, yet this represents pragmatic choice rather than acknowledgement of legitimate authority. The Vampire Code, by contrast, operates with force that vampires genuinely recognize as binding, principles they internalize and follow not merely from calculation of consequences but from authentic commitment to ethical frameworks developed by and for immortal consciousness. The evolution of the Vampire Code since the conjunction reflects adaptation to changed circumstances while maintaining core principles that predate displacement. In their native dimension, vampire society possessed institutional structures that supported and reinforced the code, formal mechanisms for addressing violations and mediating disputes that operated across the millennia. The conjunction destroyed those institutions, leaving only the principles themselves and the collective memory of why they matter. The code that operates among higher vampires on the continent represents preservation of essential elements combined with improvised adaptation to exile conditions, principles maintained through determination to preserve something of what was lost even as the supporting structures that once gave them institutional force remain destroyed beyond recovery. This makes the code simultaneously more fragile and more resilient than it was in the homeworld. Fragile because it lacks institutional reinforcement, resilient because its preservation depends on authentic commitment from individuals rather than on external enforcement mechanisms that might fail or be corrupted. The relationship between higher vampires and the consumption of vitae represents one of the most commonly misunderstood aspects of their nature, with mortal folklore and popular belief consistently failing to grasp the fundamental truth that these immortal beings require no sustenance whatsoever to maintain their existence. The vitae that flows through human vessels, the same fluid that sustains mortal life through transport of oxygen and nutrients, serves entirely different purposes when consumed by higher vampires. The substance acts upon vampire physiology as an intoxicant, producing effects analogous to those that alcohol or narcotics create in human consumers, altering consciousness and sensation in ways that vampires find pleasurable or compelling despite the consumption serving no metabolic necessity. This distinction between need and desire, between biological requirement and psychological craving, proves crucial to understanding vampire behavior and the choices individual vampires make regarding whether to indulge in consumption or maintain abstinence from the substance that defines their species in popular imagination yet plays no essential role in their actual survival. The mechanism through which vitae produces intoxicating effects in vampire physiology remains poorly understood, operating through pathways that bear no obvious relationship to conventional metabolic processes. When a higher vampire consumes vitae, the substance appears to interact with their nervous system or perhaps with whatever mysterious processes sustain vampire consciousness, producing alterations in perception, mood, and cognitive function that the vampire experiences as pleasurable or euphoric. The effects vary based on factors including the vampire's individual physiology, their history of consumption, the quantity ingested, and potentially characteristics of the source from which the vitae was obtained. Some vampires report that vitae from different individuals produces subtly different effects, that emotional states of the source at the moment of extraction influence the quality of the intoxication, that repeated consumption from the same source yields diminishing returns as the vampire system adapts to the particular characteristics of that individual's vitae. These variations create complexity in vampire relationships with consumption, patterns of preference and habit that develop across decades or centuries. The addictive nature of vitae consumption represents serious concern for vampires who choose to indulge, as the substance appears capable of creating dependencies that persist across centuries despite the vampire's immortal resilience and capacity for recovery from most forms of physiological disruption. The addiction manifests through psychological rather than purely physical mechanisms, cravings that intensify with habitual consumption, compulsions that drive vampires to seek vitae even when they recognize intellectually that the substance serves no necessary purpose. The immortal timeframe across which vampire consciousness operates amplifies the challenge of addiction. As habits developed over decades or centuries become deeply ingrained, patterns of behavior that shape identity and routine in ways that prove extraordinarily difficult to alter even when the vampire recognizes the problematic nature of their relationship with consumption. Some vampires report that withdrawal from vitae after extended periods of regular consumption produces psychological distress that persists for years, cravings that never entirely disappear even after decades of abstinence, suggesting that the substance creates permanent alterations in vampire consciousness once addiction has been established. The division within vampire society between those who abstain from vitae and those who indulge creates social dynamics comparable in some respects to divisions around substance use in mortal cultures, though operating across vastly different temporal scales and without the same urgency that mortality creates. Vampires who maintain abstinence, like Emiel Regis after his resurrection and reform, view consumption as unnecessary indulgence that creates complications while providing only temporary pleasure, choosing instead to experience immortal existence without the alterations that vitae produces. These abstainers often express philosophical or ethical objections to consumption beyond simple practical considerations, arguing that seeking intoxication represents failure to properly engage with immortal consciousness, that vampires should experience reality directly rather than filtering it through substance-induced alterations, that dependence on vitae reflects weakness unbefitting beings of their power and sophistication. The abstainers tend to maintain greater distance from human populations, recognizing that proximity to potential sources of vitae creates temptation that even strong commitment to abstinence might not withstand across centuries of exposure. Vampires who choose to indulge in vitae consumption pursue various strategies for obtaining the substance while managing risks and ethical concerns that such practices entail. Some adopt predatory approaches, treating humans as resources to be exploited, taking vitae by force and disposing of drained victims to conceal their activities. Others develop more sophisticated methods, establishing relationships with willing or coerced sources who provide regular access to vitae without the complications that corpses and disappearances create. Still others pursue minimal consumption strategies, taking small quantities from multiple sources in ways designed to avoid causing permanent harm or arousing suspicion, satisfying their desire for intoxication while attempting to maintain ethical frameworks that acknowledge some degree of concern for mortal welfare. The approaches vary widely based on individual vampire psychology, ethical commitments, practical considerations, and the particular circumstances in which each vampire finds themselves, creating a spectrum of consumption practices that ranges from nearly harmless to catastrophically predatory. The social and cultural attitudes toward consumption among higher vampires reflect tensions between practical recognition that the substance serves no necessary purpose and acknowledgement that many vampires find abstinence difficult to maintain across centuries of existence. The Vampire Code imposes no absolute prohibition against vitae consumption, leaving each individual free to make their own choices regarding indulgence or abstinence. Yet social pressure and cultural expectations create informal constraints that shape vampire behavior around consumption. Vampires who indulge to excess, whose predation becomes visible enough to attract organized mortal resistance, who allow their addiction to compromise their judgment or security, face disapproval from their peers and potential intervention if their activities threaten to expose other vampires or create broader problems for vampire interests. The balance between individual freedom and collective concern operates through informal mechanisms similar to those that maintain the Vampire Code, social pressure, and shared understanding substituting for formal rules or enforcement mechanisms. The effects that vitae produces on vampire physiology and behavior extend beyond simple intoxication to include alterations in emotional regulation, impulse control, and long-term psychological patterns. Vampires who consume regularly report that the substance influences their emotional responses, making certain feelings more intense or accessible while dampening others, creating shifts in perspective that persist beyond the immediate period of intoxication. The long-term psychological effects of sustained consumption remain poorly documented, as vampires rarely discuss such matters with mortal scholars, and studies of vampire psychology face obvious practical obstacles. Fragmentary accounts suggest that vampires who consume heavily across centuries develop personality changes that reflect the accumulated influence of the substance, becoming more volatile, more focused on immediate gratification, less capable of the patient long-term planning that normally characterizes immortal consciousness. These changes may be reversible with sustained abstinence, though the timescales required for recovery likely span decades or longer. Psychological healing operating at the same glacial pace that characterizes most processes in vampire existence. The relationship between vitae consumption and vampire integration into human society operates with complex feedback effects that can either facilitate or undermine attempts at sustained interaction with mortal populations. Some vampires find that consumption helps them maintain emotional connection with humanity, that the act of feeding creates intimacy or understanding that would otherwise be impossible for beings whose consciousness operates on such different scales. Others discover that consumption undermines their attempts at integration, that the predatory relationship required to obtain vitae prevents them from developing genuine bonds with mortals, that viewing humans as sources of intoxication makes it impossible to simultaneously regard them as peers or companions worthy of authentic engagement. The vampires most successful at long-term integration into human society tend toward either complete abstinence or extremely restrained consumption obtained through means that minimize harm and preserve the possibility of viewing humans as something other than resources. The question of whether abstinence or controlled consumption represents the more sustainable approach to immortal existence divides vampire opinion and generates philosophical debate that has persisted since before the conjunction. Abstainers argue that freedom from addiction, from dependence on external substances to regulate consciousness, represents the only approach consistent with fully realized immortal existence, that vampires should experience their endless awareness without artificial alteration. Those who defend consumption counter that immortal existence without any form of alteration or variety becomes unbearable across sufficient timescales, that the subjective changes vitae produces provide necessary relief from the weight of perfect memory and unchanging consciousness, that abstinence represents denial of experience rather than philosophical virtue. The debate remains unresolved, with individual vampires choosing their positions based on personal experience, philosophical commitments, and practical assessments of how their choices affect their capacity to navigate existence across the centuries ahead. The early existence of Emiel Regis Rohelek Godefroy followed patterns common to young vampires in their native dimension, consciousness emerging into awareness within a civilization millions of years old, social structures already established, cultural expectations already defined by beings who had existed for epochs before he came into being. As a relatively young vampire by the standards of his species, with existence measured in mere centuries rather than the millennia or tens of millennia that characterized the eldest members of Garisham society, Emiel Regis occupied positions analogous to youth in mortal cultures, learning from his elders, absorbing the philosophical traditions and cultural practices that defined vampire civilization, gradually accumulating the experience that would eventually allow him to participate fully in immortal society. Yet even in that ancient civilization, even surrounded by stable institutions and clear guidance from beings of profound wisdom, young vampires face challenges particular to their nature, temptations that immortal existence both magnified and complicated in ways that shorter-lived species never encountered. The beginning of Emiel Regis's relationship with vitae consumption came through peer pressure from other young vampires, social dynamics that operated among his age cohort according to principles not entirely dissimilar from those affecting mortal youth despite the vast differences in temporal scale and context. The vampires of his generation, those who had come into existence within a few centuries of one another, formed loose social groups that provided connection and shared experience among beings who occupied similar positions within the broader age hierarchy of vampire society. Within these groups, consumption of vitae served as social activity, shared indulgence that marked participants as sophisticated and willing to explore experiences that their more conservative elders might disapprove of or simply regard as unnecessary. The substance was not forbidden in vampire society, merely viewed as indulgence whose risks and complications made it questionable choice for beings who required no sustenance, yet the very ambiguity of its status made consumption attractive to young vampires seeking to establish independence from elder guidance and demonstrate their own judgment regarding how to navigate immortal existence. The escalation from experimental consumption to habitual indulgence occurred gradually across decades, time frame that would encompass entire human lifetimes yet represented relatively brief period in vampire terms. Emiel Regis found that he enjoyed the alterations vitae produced in his consciousness, the way the substance made experience feel more intense or interesting, the manner in which it provided variation in existence that otherwise threatened to become monotonous despite his relative youth. The initial occasions of consumption produced dramatic effects, strong intoxication that seemed revelatory in the moment, that created experiences memorable enough to seek repetition. Yet as consumption became more frequent, as his physiology adapted to regular presence of the substance, the effects diminished, requiring larger quantities or more frequent indulgence to achieve the same alterations of consciousness. This tolerance developed insidiously, creeping progression that Emiel Regis failed to recognize as problem until the pattern had become deeply established, until consumption had transformed from occasional indulgence into regular habit that structured his existence and shaped his choices. The reckless behavior that accompanied Emiel Regis's period of heavy consumption manifested through actions that more experienced vampires would have recognized as dangerous even for immortal beings. Intoxication compromised his judgment in ways that made him careless about maintaining concealment, about managing relationships with other species, about navigating the social complexities that vampire existence among other beings required. He became less cautious in his feeding practices, less concerned about selecting victims whose disappearance would go unnoticed, less careful about disposing of evidence that might reveal vampire presence. The immediate pleasures of intoxication overwhelmed the long-term thinking that should have characterized immortal consciousness, creating focus on present gratification that resembled mortal impulsiveness more than vampire patience. His behavior during this period reflected the fundamental danger that addiction poses even to beings whose immortality should grant them infinite time to correct mistakes, the way substance dependence can corrupt judgment and undermine the cognitive advantages that immortal consciousness normally provides. The relationship between Emiel Regis and the human woman named Bethany, developed during his period of heaviest consumption, connection formed under circumstances where his judgment remained compromised by regular intoxication. The nature of their relationship, whether it involved genuine emotional attachment or merely represented another manifestation of his impaired decision-making during that period, remains somewhat obscure in the accounts that have survived. What stands clear is that Bethany discovered or deduced his vampire nature, that she responded to this discovery with fear rather than acceptance, that her reaction led directly to the catastrophic events that would end Emiel Regis's first period of conscious existence. The relationship demonstrates the particular risks that vampires face when attempting intimate connections with mortals while simultaneously maintaining habits of consumption that require viewing humans as sources of intoxication, the fundamental contradiction between regarding someone as companion and simultaneously seeing them as potential resource for satisfying cravings. The tragic misunderstanding that led to Emiel Regis's temporary ending began with Bethany's recognition of his true nature and her decision to seek protection from what she perceived as monstrous threat. The woman approached her community, revealed the presence of a vampire in their midst, provided information that allowed the formation of a mob determined to eliminate the creature that had been living among them. The response reflected typical mortal reactions to discovered vampire presence, fear and revulsion overwhelming any consideration that the being in question might be capable of reason or restraint, folk wisdom about vampire elimination overriding more measured approaches that might have allowed for negotiation or peaceful resolution. Emiel Regis, confronted by the mob, found himself overwhelmed through numbers and surprise, captured and subjected to the traditional methods believed effective for permanently ending vampire existence. The mob drove a wooden stake through his chest, severed his head from his body, buried the remains separately in the belief that such thoroughness would prevent any possibility of the creature returning to threaten their community. The period leading to his elimination represented the nadir of Emiel Regis's relationship with vitae, the point where addiction had so compromised his functioning that he failed to maintain even basic precautions that should have prevented his exposure. A more experienced vampire, or even a younger vampire not so deeply compromised by substance dependence, would have recognized the warning signs that his cover was failing, would have taken action to either secure his position or withdraw before the situation deteriorated to violence. Yet Emiel Regis, his judgment clouded by intoxication and by the emotional turbulence that his relationship with Bethany had created, remained blind to the danger until the mob arrived at his door. The failure represented complete breakdown of the survival instincts and risk assessment capabilities that should have protected even young vampires from such catastrophic outcomes, demonstration of how thoroughly addiction can undermine even immortal consciousness when allowed to progress without intervention or correction. The experience of being staked, decapitated, and buried alive, followed by 50 years of conscious awareness during regeneration, would fundamentally transform Emiel Regis's understanding of his own nature and his relationship with Viti. The long darkness underground, consciousness persisting without sensory input or possibility of action, provided extended opportunity for contemplation that he could not avoid or distract himself from. During those 5 decades, he reviewed his choices, examined the progression from experimental consumption to destructive addiction, confronted the ways that his dependence on Viti had corrupted his judgment and led him to the catastrophic failure that resulted in his temporary ending. The enforced sobriety of regeneration, combined with the psychological impact of such extended isolation, created conditions for genuine transformation that might never have occurred without such extreme intervention. When Emiel Regis finally emerged from the earth, body fully reconstituted after its long reformation, he had achieved clarity about the role Viti had played in his downfall and had formulated the commitment to abstinence that would define his subsequent existence. The lessons learned from his period of addiction and the consequences that followed would shape Emiel Regis's approach to immortal existence for the next several centuries. He emerged from regeneration with understanding that intoxication represented not sophistication or independence but weakness, that the alterations Viti produced in consciousness served no purpose worth the risks and complications that consumption created. The oath of abstinence he took after his resurrection reflected not merely practical calculation about avoiding future disasters but genuine philosophical transformation, recognition that immortal consciousness functioned best when experienced directly rather than filtered through substance-induced alterations. His subsequent integration into human society, his centuries of practice as barber surgeon in Dillingen, his careful maintenance of concealment and restraint, all demonstrated the wisdom he had gained through catastrophic failure and the long contemplation that regeneration forced upon him. The young vampire who had allowed addiction to destroy his first attempt at existence had become something fundamentally different. Consciousness tempered by suffering and isolation into form capable of navigating the complexities of immortal existence with patience and discipline that his earlier self had never achieved. The 50 years of regeneration that Emiel Regis spent buried beneath the earth represented a period of transformation more profound than simple physical reconstitution, consciousness evolving through enforced isolation into something qualitatively different from what had existed before his temporary ending. The darkness underground provided no distraction, no external stimulus to occupy awareness, no possibility of avoiding confrontation with the choices and patterns that had defined his previous existence. He could not escape his memories, could not turn attention away from the systematic review of his failures that the isolation made inevitable. The enforced sobriety, the complete absence of Viti or any other substance that might alter consciousness, allowed him to experience his own awareness in its pure form for the first time in decades, to understand how profoundly intoxication had been distorting his perception and judgment. The long contemplation occurred in silence and darkness, consciousness examining itself with a patience and thoroughness that only immortal awareness trapped without external reference could achieve, building understanding that would serve as foundation for everything that followed. The oath of abstinence that Emiel Regis formulated during his years underground represented more than simple decision to avoid Viti consumption, constituting instead a comprehensive philosophical framework for how to exist as vampire among mortals without allowing the temptations of predation or intoxication to corrupt his behavior. He committed to never consuming Viti again, recognizing that for him, given his history of addiction, even minimal indulgence would likely trigger return to destructive patterns. The commitment extended beyond mere avoidance to encompass positive vision of how vampire consciousness could engage with the world, how immortal awareness might find meaning and purpose without requiring alteration through substances or domination of other beings. The oath reflected hard-won wisdom about his own nature, realistic assessment of his vulnerabilities, determination to build existence structured around principles rather than impulses. When he finally emerged from the ground, body fully reformed, he carried this commitment as foundation for the new life he would construct. Life as a barber surgeon in the human settlement of Dillingen allowed Emiel Regis to implement the philosophical framework he had developed during regeneration, testing whether vampire consciousness could successfully integrate into mortal society while maintaining strict adherence to ethical principles that prohibited both predation and consumption. The role he adopted served multiple purposes, providing legitimate presence in human community, offering opportunities to observe and understand mortal behavior and concerns, creating circumstances where his knowledge and capabilities could benefit others rather than simply serving his own interests. The practice of medicine and surgery suited his vampire nature in unexpected ways, as his perfect manual dexterity, his tireless capacity for work without need for rest, his ability to perceive details invisible to normal human vision, all contributed to exceptional competence that earned him reputation and trust within the community. The position also protected him from certain forms of suspicion, as a physician's unusual hours and occasionally blood-stained appearance provoked less concern than they might in other contexts. The herbs that Emiel Regis employed to mask his natural scent represented crucial adaptation, allowing him to maintain close proximity to humans without triggering the instinctive unease that vampire presence sometimes provoked in mortal populations. His scent, like that of all higher vampires, carried subtle wrongness that humans detected unconsciously even when they could not articulate what disturbed them, creating discomfort that might eventually crystallize into suspicion if exposure remained prolonged and unmitigated. The herbal preparations he developed through experimentation served to overlay his natural scent with fragrances that humans found unremarkable or even pleasant, allowing him to move through crowds, to treat patients in close quarters, to maintain extended social interactions without arousing the vague unease that might otherwise have compromised his integration. The technique required constant attention and regular renewal as the herb's effects faded, yet the effort proved worthwhile for the security it provided, enabling him to sustain presence in human community across decades without discovery. Over 400 years of age when he would eventually encounter Geralt of Rivia and join the company pursuing Ciri, Emiel Regis had accumulated experience that spanned the catastrophic transformation of the continent from wilderness inhabited by scattered tribes to complex political landscape dominated by competing kingdoms and empires. He had witnessed the growth of human civilization from its earliest manifestations on these lands through the development of sophisticated urban centers, magical institutions, and the emergence of the witches themselves as specialized response to monster populations that included his own kind. The centuries of observation had provided him with understanding of human nature that few mortals could match, insight into patterns of behavior, belief, and social organization that emerged only across generational timescales. Yet his integration remained carefully managed performance, existence structured around maintaining distance sufficient to prevent the formation of attachments that his immortality would inevitably outlast, while simultaneously providing enough connection to give his endless existence purpose and meaning beyond simple survival. The philosophy on coexistence with humanity that Emiel Regis developed reflected both his personal history and his broader understanding of vampire nature and limitations. He recognized that higher vampires could never fully belong to human society, that the fundamental differences in consciousness, temporal perspective, and capability created unbridgeable gaps regardless of how perfect the disguise or how genuine the vampire's intentions. Yet he believed that peaceful coexistence remained possible, that vampires could live among humans without predation or domination, that immortal consciousness could find satisfaction in observing and occasionally aiding shorter-lived beings without requiring exploitation or consumption. This philosophy positioned him in contrast to vampires who viewed humans primarily as resources or threats, who maintained isolation or pursued domination rather than seeking integration. It also distinguished him from vampires who attempted integration while maintaining consumption practices, who sought to balance predation with participation in human society in ways that Emiel Regis regarded as fundamentally unsustainable and ethically compromised. The restraint that Emiel Regis maintained across centuries of living among humans, never breaking his oath of abstinence despite constant proximity to potential sources of vitae, never allowing himself to form attachments so deep they might compromise his judgment when mortality claimed his companions, never revealing his nature except when circumstances absolutely demanded it, represented achievement remarkable even by vampire standards. Lesser discipline would have faltered across such extended periods, moments of weakness accumulating into return to old patterns, isolation, and difference eventually overwhelming commitment to integration. Yet Emiel Regis persisted, maintaining his physician's practice across decades in Dillingen before eventually moving on, repeating the pattern in other communities, building life structured around service and observation rather than predation and consumption. The success of this approach validated the philosophy he had developed during his long regeneration, demonstrating that vampires could exist among humans in ways that honored both species, that immortal consciousness could find meaning through connection rather than through domination. The reputation that Emiel Regis built through his centuries of practice extended beyond simple competence in medicine and surgery to encompass recognition of his reliability, discretion, and genuine concern for patient welfare. Communities where he practiced remembered him fondly even after his inevitable departure, stories circulating about the skilled physician who had served them for years before moving on to practice elsewhere. These positive memories provided form of protection, creating general assumption that healers of his description represented benevolent presence rather than potential threat even in regions where vampire predation had created significant fear and suspicion. The careful construction of reputation demonstrated his sophisticated understanding of how to navigate human society successfully across extended periods, how to build social capital that provided security while maintaining flexibility to withdraw when circumstances required it. The approach required patience that only immortal consciousness could sustain, willingness to invest decades in building trust that might need to be abandoned if exposure threatened, acceptance that even successful integration could only ever be temporary given the unchanging nature of his body amid aging human populations. The psychological cost of maintaining such careful performance across centuries remained difficult to assess from external observation, though Emiel Regis's later reflections suggested that the discipline required proved exhausting in ways that had nothing to do with physical fatigue. The constant vigilance necessary to maintain his disguise, the emotional restraint required to prevent formation of attachments that would become painful when mortality claimed his companions, the isolation inherent in being the only immortal consciousness in communities where everyone else existed within the urgency and limitation that brief lifespans created, all contributed to burden that accumulated despite his commitment to the path he had chosen. Yet he judged this burden preferable to the alternatives, to the isolation of complete withdrawal from mortal society, to the moral corruption of predatory existence, to the self-destruction that addiction represented. The life he had built after his resurrection, while challenging in its demands for restraint and discipline, provided meaning and purpose that made immortal existence bearable, that gave structure to consciousness that might otherwise have drifted into despair or decadence across the endless centuries ahead. The decision to join Geralt of Rivia's company during the chaotic period chronicled in the saga represents one of the most significant choices Emiel Regis made in his 4 centuries of existence, departure from the careful patterns of integration and concealment that had defined his life since resurrection. The circumstances that brought him into contact with Geralt's group occurred during their journey through regions where Emiel Regis maintained his physician's practice, chance encounter that might easily have resulted in nothing more than brief interaction before the travelers moved on. Yet something in the nature of their quest, in the character of those pursuing it, in the opportunity to participate in events of genuine significance rather than continuing his centuries of careful observation from the margins, drew him to offer assistance that would eventually evolve into full commitment to their cause. The choice represented calculated risk, as extended association with such a distinctive group would inevitably expose aspects of his nature that he had successfully concealed for centuries, yet he judged the opportunity worth the danger it entailed. The horseshoe trial that eventually revealed Emiel Regis's vampire nature to his companions occurred through circumstances that combined bad fortune with the inevitable difficulties of maintaining perfect concealment across extended proximity to observant individuals. The company had acquired horseshoes that, unknown to most members, had been crafted from silver rather than conventional iron, superstitious precaution taken by someone who feared supernatural threats. When these horseshoes needed to be handled, when Emiel Regis touched the silver without thinking to maintain his usual caution, his reaction betrayed wrongness that his companions could not ignore. Silver contact caused him discomfort visible to those watching, physical response that no normal human would display, creating moment of exposure that unraveled months of carefully maintained disguise. The confrontation that followed might easily have resulted in violence, as several members of the company reached for weapons, operating on instincts trained through years of surviving in a world where hidden monsters represented genuine threats requiring immediate aggressive response. The resolution of the confrontation demonstrated both Emiel Regis's diplomatic capabilities and the unusual character of Geralt's company, group capable of moving past initial shock and fear to evaluate situations based on behavior rather than category. Emiel Regis made no attempt to flee or attack, recognizing that such responses would only confirm suspicions that he represented threat requiring elimination. Instead, he remained calm, explained his nature with honesty about what he was while providing context about how he had lived among humans for centuries without predation, offered to depart if his presence created discomfort the company could not accept. The response from Geralt and others, while initially wary, gradually shifted toward acceptance as they recognized that his centuries of assistance to human communities, his oath of abstinence, his genuine commitment to their quest, all argued against treating him as enemy simply because his nature placed him in category typically associated with monsters. The acceptance remained conditional, trust building gradually across subsequent weeks as Emiel Regis demonstrated through continued behavior that his words reflected authentic commitment rather than tactical deception. His role in the search for Ciri evolved from initially peripheral participation to increasingly central involvement as the quest progressed and the company faced challenges where his particular capabilities proved valuable. His medical knowledge preserved lives that might otherwise have been lost to infected wounds or diseases contracted during their travels through war-torn territories. His physical abilities, though he deployed them with restraint to avoid highlighting the full extent of his vampire capabilities, provided advantages in situations requiring strength, speed, or resilience beyond normal human capacity. His centuries of accumulated knowledge about the continent's geography, politics, and hidden dangers guided the company through regions where local expertise might otherwise have been unavailable. Perhaps most importantly, his perspective as being who existed outside normal human concerns, who could observe situations without the emotional urgency that mortality creates, provided counsel that helped prevent decisions driven by desperation rather than sound judgment. The confrontation with Vilgefortz at Stygia Castle represented the culmination of the quest and simultaneously the moment when Emiel Regis paid the price for his decision to abandon centuries of careful concealment in favor of direct action. The company had penetrated the sorcerer's stronghold, fighting through defenses and guardians to reach chambers where Ciri was held, facing opponents whose power exceeded anything they had previously encountered. Vilgefortz himself stood as adversary of such overwhelming capability that even Geralt, despite his Witcher enhancements and hard-won combat expertise, proved insufficient to overcome the sorcerer's defenses. Emiel Regis intervened when the confrontation turned catastrophic, revealing his full vampire capabilities in an attempt to create opening that might allow his companions to prevail. The transformation from carefully controlled physician to unleashed higher vampire in combat form demonstrated the vast gulf between the restrained performance he had maintained for centuries and the actual extent of his power, momentarily shifting the dynamics of the encounter. The response from Vilgefortz came with speed and force that overwhelmed even vampire resilience, sorcery of such potency that physical durability provided no meaningful defense. The mage employed techniques that transcended simple destructive magic, forces that operated on fundamental levels where vampire regeneration could not respond quickly enough to prevent catastrophic damage. The specific method involved heating Emiel Regis's body to temperatures where flesh liquefied, bone softened, Structural integrity failed completely. The vampire found himself reduced to molten state, consciousness persisting through the horrific process of being transformed from solid form to flowing liquid, awareness continuing as his body pooled and then hardened into column of cooled material that retained no obvious resemblance to living creature. The experience exceeded even his previous temporary ending in traumatic intensity, as the 50 years underground had involved merely waiting for regeneration, whereas this involved conscious experience of being destroyed through methods that produced agony beyond anything conventional injury could inflict. The aftermath of Stygia left Emiel Regis in state that would require external intervention to escape, his body so thoroughly disrupted that natural regeneration would require timescales potentially exceeding even his previous 50-year recovery. The hardened column into which Vilgefortz had transformed him remained in the castle ruins, consciousness trapped within the solidified material, aware but incapable of action, facing prospect of decades or centuries of imprisonment in crystallized form before regeneration might progress sufficiently to allow emergence. The situation demonstrated that while higher vampires possess true immortality, while they cannot be permanently ended except by others of their kind, they remain vulnerable to imprisonment or incapacitation that might persist across geological timescales. The distinction between being truly eliminated and being reduced to inert state from which recovery might eventually occur proved meaningfully different only from vampire perspective, as observers would see little practical difference between permanent ending and imprisonment that might last centuries. The intervention by Dettlaff van der Eretine, arriving at the ruins in the period after the confrontation, represented the beginning of connection that would define both vampires' subsequent existence and eventually lead to tragedy in Toussaint. Dettlaff discovered the column containing Emiel Regis, recognized through whatever means higher vampires employ to sense one another's presence that consciousness persisted within the crystallized material, understood that intervention might accelerate recovery that would otherwise require impossible spans of time. The method he employed involved transfusions of his own vital essence, the substance that circulates through vampire physiology in place of conventional vitae, sharing his own regenerative capacity to jumpstart processes that had been overwhelmed by the catastrophic damage Vilgefortz had inflicted. The transfusions created connection between the two vampires beyond simple gratitude, establishing link that operated through mechanisms specific to vampire physiology, creating bond that would persist across the decades until events in Toussaint forced Emiel Regis to permanently end the being who had saved him from centuries of entombed awareness. Dettlaff van der Eretine emerged from the conjunction as member of the Garisham tribe, one of the vampires who chose to remain in the northern territories after the Great Separation rather than venturing west across the seas or east beyond the mountains. His age, while substantial by the standards of most beings on the continent, placed him in the middle ranges of vampire longevity, consciousness that had existed for several thousand years rather than the tens of thousands that characterized the most ancient members of his species. This intermediate position shaped his perspective and temperament in ways that distinguished him from both younger vampires still developing their understanding of immortal existence and the truly ancient beings whose vast temporal experience created psychological distance from immediate concerns. Dettlaff possessed enough experience to understand vampire nature and the complexities of existing in exile, yet he remained close enough to the subjective urgency of shorter timescales that emotions and attachments affected him with intensity that more ancient vampires had learned to moderate or transcend through sheer accumulation of perspective. The temperament that characterized Dettlaff throughout his existence manifested as emotional volatility unusual among higher vampires, passionate engagement with circumstances and relationships that most of his kind approached with a detachment that immortality tends to cultivate. Where vampires like Emiel Regis or the Unseen Elder maintained careful emotional regulation, allowing feelings to inform their choices without permitting emotions to overwhelm judgment, Dettlaff experienced and expressed his internal states with immediacy more characteristic of mortal psychology than immortal consciousness. Joy, anger, grief, affection, all manifested in him with force that sometimes surprised other vampires who encountered him, intensity that created both his capacity for deep connection and his vulnerability to manipulation by those who understood how to exploit emotional responses. This temperament reflected some combination of individual personality variation and his particular developmental trajectory, consciousness shaped by experiences that had fostered emotional intensity rather than the philosophical distance that many vampires cultivated across their endless existence. The relationship between Dettlaff and Emiel Regis, initiated through the transfusions that accelerated the latter's recovery from the catastrophic damage Vilgefortz had inflicted, evolved into connection deeper than simple gratitude or casual acquaintance. The transfusions created physiological link between the two vampires, sharing a vital essence that established bond operating through mechanisms specific to higher vampire nature. The connection allowed them to sense one another across distances, to perceive emotional states and general circumstances without need for conventional communication, to maintain awareness of each other's existence as persistent background presence in their consciousness. This bond, while not controlling or determining their behaviors, created intimacy that neither vampire had previously experienced, connection that transcended the careful distance most higher vampires maintained from one another. For Dettlaff, the bond represented attachment to being who understood vampire nature from direct experience, who could appreciate his perspective and emotional intensity without the incomprehension that characterized mortal responses to immortal consciousness. The relationship between Dettlaff and the woman Orianna represented his most consequential attempt at forming connection with a mortal being, engagement that would ultimately lead to catastrophe and his own permanent ending. Orianna approached Dettlaff with apparent affection and interest, creating impression of genuine attachment that he accepted as authentic emotional connection rather than recognizing the calculated manipulation actually driving her behavior. His emotional intensity, combined with relative inexperience in navigating the complexities of mortal deception, left him vulnerable to exploitation by someone willing to feign feelings she did not possess. The relationship developed across months or years, Dettlaff investing emotional energy and forming attachments with depth disproportionate to the actual foundation supporting them, building expectations and commitments based on his understanding of what their connection meant rather than on realistic assessment of Orianna's actual intentions. The betrayal, when it finally manifested, struck with force that overwhelmed his capacity for measured response, emotional devastation triggering cascade of reactions that would culminate in assault on Beauclerc. The assault on Beauclerc that Dettlaff launched in response to his perceived betrayal demonstrated both his considerable power and the catastrophic consequences of allowing emotional intensity to override judgment in beings possessing vampire capabilities. His rage and grief at discovering that the relationship with Orianna had been manipulation rather than authentic connection drove him to responses that more measured consciousness would have recognized as disproportionate and ultimately self-destructive. The attack employed his capacity to command lesser vampires, ability that not all higher vampires possessed but that Dettlaff had apparently developed or inherited through his particular lineage. He summoned and directed populations of lesser vampire species toward the city, coordinating assault that turned Beauclerc's streets into scenes of chaos and violence, overwhelming the Duchess's defenses through sheer numbers and the supernatural capabilities that even mindless lesser vampires possessed. The assault represented unprecedented vampire aggression against human population center, departure from the careful concealment that most higher vampires maintained regardless of their feelings toward mortal beings. The control over lesser vampires that Dettlaff demonstrated during the assault reflected capabilities that appeared to operate through mechanisms related to whatever hierarchies existed within vampire species classifications. His commands reached lesser vampires across considerable distances, overriding their normal behavioral patterns to direct them toward specific targets and objectives. The lesser vampires responded with obedience that suggested the control operated through channels deeper than simple communication, through dominance established at levels that transcended conscious choice on the part of the controlled creatures. Whether this ability represented skill that any higher vampire might develop through practice, inherent capability possessed by certain lineages but not others, or power that Dettlaff specifically had cultivated for reasons predating the crisis in Toussaint, remained unclear from available evidence. What stood apparent was that the capability transformed Dettlaff from individual threat to force capable of overwhelming entire cities, multiplying his effective power through command of lesser vampire populations that might number in the dozens or hundreds. The tragedy of Dettlaff's attachment to humanity manifested in the way his attempt at genuine connection, his willingness to invest emotional energy in relationship with mortal being despite the vast differences in nature and lifespan, resulted in catastrophic outcome that confirmed the pessimistic perspective of vampires who maintained that meaningful relationships with shorter-lived species remained impossible. His emotional vulnerability, which might have been strength in different circumstances, became the weakness through which Orianna manipulated him toward actions that would ultimately require his permanent ending. The situation demonstrated the peculiar dangers that higher vampires faced when attempting integration or connection with mortal populations, the ways that their power combined with emotional intensity could produce outcomes catastrophic for both vampires and humans. A mortal feeling equivalent rage and betrayal might lash out in ways that caused limited harm, individual violence that authorities could contain and address through conventional means. Dettlaff's response, filtered through vampire capabilities and his particular power over lesser vampire species, escalated into crisis requiring intervention on scales that threatened to expose vampire presence throughout the region. The final confrontation between Dettlaff and Emiel Regis, with Geralt of Rivia present as witness and participant, represented resolution to crisis that admitted no alternative outcomes given Dettlaff's refusal to cease his assault and the impossibility of containing him through any means short of permanent ending. Emiel Regis approached the confrontation with profound reluctance, understanding that he must end the being who had saved him from decades or centuries of imprisonment, that the bond they shared through the transfusions would make the act of exsanguination particularly painful on psychological levels beyond the physical challenges it presented. The combat itself proceeded with the terrible efficiency of conflict between higher vampires who understood each other's capabilities, Emiel Regis's greater age and experience eventually overwhelming Dettlaff's emotional intensity and raw power. The exsanguination that followed, the complete removal of vital essence that permanently ended Dettlaff's immortal existence, represented one of the rare instances when the theoretical possibility of vampire permanently ending vampire manifested in documented reality. The act concluded crisis while simultaneously eliminating consciousness that had existed for thousands of years, awareness that had survived the conjunction only to be permanently extinguished through events that might have been avoided with different choices at multiple decision points throughout the tragedy's development. The vampire known as Orianna had established herself in Toussaint long before the crisis involving Dettlaff would draw broader attention to higher vampire presence in the duchy, building position within Beauclerc society that combined wealth, cultural refinement, and carefully cultivated reputation as patron of charitable causes. Her integration into the upper strata of Toussaint's aristocratic culture represented achievement requiring decades of patient effort, accumulation of wealth through means that remained deliberately obscure, development of social connections that provided both protection and access to circles where her presence would be accepted without excessive scrutiny. The persona she maintained presented her as sophisticated noblewoman whose interests encompassed arts, philosophy, and humanitarian concerns, particularly focused on care for orphan children through the institution she had established and personally funded. This charitable work earned her respect within Beauclerc society, reputation as benefactor whose generosity improved lives of vulnerable populations that might otherwise have faced grim prospects. The orphanage that Orianna maintained served purposes beyond the ostensible charitable mission that justified its existence to Beauclerc authorities and public opinion. The institution provided her with sustained access to populations of children whose disappearance or occasional unexplained demise would generate less investigation than similar events affecting youth from established families with resources to demand thorough inquiry. The dark truth underlying the orphanage's operation revealed that Orianna's interest in these vulnerable children extended beyond humanitarian concern, that the institution functioned partly as source for the vitae consumption that she had chosen not to abstain from despite centuries of existence, providing ample opportunity to recognize the ethical implications of such practices. The children raised within the orphanage lived under conditions that appeared benevolent from external observation, receiving education, shelter, and basic care that exceeded what most orphans could expect in medieval society. Yet their circumstances included predation from the being who presented herself as their protector and benefactor. The wealth that Orianna had accumulated across her centuries on the continent, displayed through her estate, collections of art and rare volumes, patronage of cultural institutions, reflected both the natural advantages that immortal beings possessed in accumulating resources and her particular skill at navigating the economic systems of mortal societies. Her unchanging nature meant that investments and properties could be managed across timescales impossible for mortal wealth builders, compound returns accumulating across decades or centuries rather than being disrupted by generational transitions. Her perfect memory ensured she could track complex financial arrangements without need for written records that might expose the continuity of her existence across periods longer than normal human lifespans. Her ability to disappear and re-emerge with new identity allowed her to avoid complications that might arise from too obvious longevity while maintaining control over assets through mechanisms that concealed ultimate ownership. The result was fortune substantial even by aristocratic standards. Wealth that purchased both the luxuries she apparently enjoyed and the security that came from being too important and well-connected to face casual investigation. The duality between Orianna's public persona as sophisticated cultural patron and her private reality as predator who maintained feeding practices through exploitation of vulnerable children represented pattern common to certain higher vampires who chose integration into human society while refusing to adopt the abstinence that genuine ethical coexistence would require. She had developed sophisticated rationalization for her behavior, perspective that likely framed the children as resources whose use served her survival and whose treatment under her care exceeded what they would experience in alternative circumstances. This reasoning, while perhaps internally coherent from vampire perspective that struggled to regard mortal beings as possessing comparable moral status to immortals, demonstrated the corruption that could result from attempting to balance participation in human society with practices that fundamentally violated the values that society claimed to uphold. The contradiction created vulnerability that would eventually contribute to her exposure, as maintaining such careful balance across centuries required perfection that even vampire capabilities might struggle to sustain indefinitely. The long acquaintance between Orianna and Emiel Regis predated the crisis in Toussaint by decades or centuries. Connection between vampires who had both chosen integration into human society yet who pursued radically different approaches to the ethical questions such integration raised. They maintained wary relationship characterized by mutual recognition of shared nature combined with fundamental disagreement about how vampires should exist among mortals. Emiel Regis's commitment to abstinence and his genuine concern for human welfare stood in sharp contrast to Orianna's continued consumption and her willingness to exploit vulnerable populations, creating tension that prevented genuine friendship while not escalating to open conflict. Each represented to the other a path not taken, alternative approach to immortal existence in exile, and the encounters between them likely involved both philosophical discussion and implicit judgment about choices that defined their respective existences. The relationship demonstrated that even within the already small population of higher vampires on the continent, further divisions existed based on ethical commitments and practical choices about how to navigate existence among shorter-lived species. The exposure of Orianna's true nature came through investigation sparked by accumulating evidence that something unnatural was occurring in connection with her orphanage, patterns of unexplained illness and occasional disappearance among the children that eventually attracted attention despite her careful management of the situation. The investigation, likely involving Geralt of Rivia given his presence in Toussaint during the period and his particular expertise in identifying and addressing supernatural threats, penetrated the carefully constructed facade that Orianna had maintained for decades. The confrontation that followed revealed her vampire nature to authorities and witnesses who had previously accepted her noble persona without question, shattering the reputation she had built and eliminating the social protections that her position had provided. The specific mechanism of exposure involved an attack by gargoyles, creatures whose presence in the confrontation suggested either that Orianna commanded such beings or that the investigation had uncovered broader supernatural elements beyond her individual predation. The aftermath of Orianna's exposure demonstrated the challenges that even powerful higher vampires faced once their nature became known to organized human resistance. While she possessed capabilities that would allow her to escape immediate elimination, while her vampire resilience meant that conventional weapons posed no permanent threat, the loss of her carefully constructed position in Beauclay society represented damage that decades or centuries of effort could not quickly repair. She faced choices between maintaining presence in region where she was now known and hunted, attempting to establish new identity elsewhere and rebuild the sophisticated integration she had achieved in Toussaint, or withdrawing entirely from human contact into isolation that would eliminate both the benefits and the complications that proximity to mortal populations created. The situation illustrated the fundamental instability of vampire attempts to integrate into human society while maintaining practices that violated human values, the way such contradictions eventually generated exposure regardless of how carefully the vampire had managed the deception. The comparison between Orianna's approach to existence on the continent and the path chosen by vampires like Emiel Regis reveal the spectrum of choices available to higher vampires attempting to navigate their displacement, the range of ethical positions and practical strategies that different individuals adopted based on their particular psychology, values, and assessment of what made immortal existence bearable or meaningful. Orianna had chosen comfort, luxury, and continued indulgence in consumption, accepting the ethical compromises and practical risks such choices entailed in exchange for existence that preserved pleasures and patterns she apparently valued. Emiel Regis had chosen abstinence, restraint, and genuine commitment to coexistence with humanity based on respect for mortal beings as deserving moral consideration despite their brief existences. Neither approach guaranteed security or satisfaction, each carried distinct costs and complications, and the question of which represented wiser navigation of immortal existence in exile admitted no obvious answer that would satisfy all vampires regardless of their particular values and priorities. The diversity of approaches demonstrated that even among beings as rare and sophisticated as higher vampires, consensus about fundamental questions of how to exist remained elusive, each immortal consciousness ultimately navigating their endless existence according to their own judgment about what purposes or principles might give meaning to awareness that continued regardless of any particular choice or commitment. The capabilities possessed by higher vampires extend far beyond simple enhancement of mortal attributes, encompassing abilities that operate according to principles seemingly divorced from conventional physical laws and biological constraints. Among the most distinctive of these powers, the capacity to assume mist form allows higher vampires to disperse their physical coherence into vapor-like state that can move through spaces impossible for solid bodies to navigate, that becomes effectively intangible to normal physical interaction, that provides tactical advantages in both combat and evasion scenarios. The transformation from solid flesh to mist occurs almost instantaneously, physical form seeming to evaporate into wisps of vapor that retain cohesion sufficient to move with apparent purpose while lacking the substantiality that would allow conventional weapons or barriers to affect them. The mist form can flow through cracks, under doors, through ventilation systems, dispersing to avoid attacks and reconstituting at locations where the vampire judges conditions favorable for returning to solid state. The ability represents adaptation whose utility for survival and concealment makes it among the most valuable capabilities in the higher vampire repertoire. The mechanisms underlying mist transformation remain obscure, operating through processes that transcend current understanding of matter and consciousness. When a higher vampire disperses into mist, their physical body apparently ceases to exist as coherent structure, matter somehow converting to gaseous or perhaps semi-material state that retains connection to vampire consciousness without requiring the neural architecture that normally houses awareness. The transformation suggests that vampire bodies possess properties fundamentally different from conventional biological tissue, that their physical forms represent something more akin to solidified energy or consciousness-shaped matter than to the carbon-based structures that define mortal organisms. The vampire's awareness persists throughout the transformation, consciousness maintaining continuity despite the complete absence of brain or sensory organs during the period of dispersion, experiencing reality through modes of perception that must operate independently of any physical substrate. The reconstitution process reverses the transformation with equal facility, mist coalescing back into fully formed vampire body that appears identical to the form that dispersed, every detail reproduced with a precision that characterizes all vampire regenerative processes. The shape-shifting into massive combat forms represents the most visually dramatic demonstration of higher vampire capabilities, transformation that reveals the true predatory nature that human mimicry normally conceals. When a higher vampire assumes combat form, their body undergoes radical restructuring that dramatically increases size, enhances musculature far beyond what even their enlarged frame should logically support, extends claws capable of tearing through armor and stone, elongates jaws to accommodate teeth designed for rending rather than the more delicate work of human dentition. Wings may emerge from the back, membranous structures whose apparent inadequacy to lift the vampire's massive form provides no impediment to actual flight capability, suggesting that vampire flight operates through forces beyond simple aerodynamics. The entire transformation completes within seconds, flesh flowing and reshaping with a liquid ease that characterizes all vampire physical alterations, creating forms that tower over human height and radiate menace through presence alone before any attack commences. The combat form represents full expression of vampire power unrestrained by the careful mimicry required for human integration, predator revealing itself without pretense or concealment. Flight abilities among higher vampires demonstrate considerable variation between individuals, with some possessing capacity for sustained aerial movement while others find their flight restricted to specific conditions or entirely absent from their capability suite. Those vampires who can fly freely employ the ability for reconnaissance, rapid travel, and tactical positioning during combat, aerial mobility providing advantages that ground-bound opponents struggle to counter effectively. Others find their flight capability limited to nights when the moon reaches fullness, restriction whose mechanism remains unexplained by current scholarship, though vampires themselves apparently understand the limitation as natural constraint tied to their particular physiology or lineage. Still, other higher vampires demonstrate no flight capability whatsoever, their shape-shifting producing combat forms adapted for ground-based violence rather than aerial maneuvers. This variation suggests that higher vampire capabilities, while sharing certain core features common to the species, also include individual or lineage-specific adaptations that create diversity in the particular suite of powers any given vampire might command. The capacity for communication with animals demonstrated by certain higher vampires, exemplified by Emiel Regis's interaction with ravens, suggests cognitive capabilities extending beyond simple intelligence into domains of consciousness that allow direct engagement with non-human awareness. The communication appears to transcend language in conventional sense, operating through mechanisms that might involve telepathy, empathic connection, or forms of consciousness-to-consciousness contact that bypass need for symbolic systems like speech or gesture. Emiel Regis employed ravens as messengers and observers, the birds apparently understanding his intentions and executing tasks with reliability that simple animal training could not account for. Whether this capability represents skill that any higher vampire might develop through practice, inherent ability possessed by certain individuals, or power that emerges only in vampires who invest centuries in cultivating such connections, remains unclear from available evidence. The existence of such abilities demonstrates that higher vampire consciousness possesses flexibility and range that extends far beyond enhanced human cognition, that immortal awareness can interface with other forms of consciousness through channels inaccessible to mortal minds. The control over lesser vampires that vampires like Dettlaff demonstrated during the assault on Beauclair represents power whose possession varies among higher vampire individuals, ability that transforms its wielder from dangerous individual into force capable of coordinating supernatural assault on unprecedented scales. The command operates across considerable distances, reaching lesser vampires and compelling obedience through mechanisms that appear to bypass conscious choice on the part of controlled creatures. The controlled lesser vampires respond with coordination suggesting central direction rather than independent action, moving towards specified targets, executing tactical maneuvers, maintaining assault patterns that exceed what their limited intelligence could generate without external guidance. Whether the control operates through direct domination of lesser vampire consciousness, through exploitation of instinctual hierarchies within vampire species classifications, or through more complex mechanisms tied to lineage or accumulated power, remains subject to speculation in absence of detailed testimony from vampires willing to explain capabilities they generally prefer to keep mysterious. The strategic implications of such power ensure that vampires possessing it represent threats of entirely different magnitude than those lacking the ability to multiply their effectiveness through command of lesser kindred. Individual variations in powers among higher vampires reflect both the diversity that existed within vampire populations in their native dimension and the particular developmental paths that different vampires have pursued across their centuries or millennia of existence on the continent. Age appears to correlate with power, eldest vampires demonstrating capabilities that eclipse what younger members of the species can achieve, suggesting that vampire abilities continue developing across timescales measured in millennia rather than reaching fixed maximum capacity at maturity. Yet individual variation complicates this general pattern, as some relatively younger vampires display powers that older individuals lack, differences that might reflect lineage, innate variation comparable to individual differences in mortal populations, or consequences of particular choices and experiences that shaped each vampire's development. The unseen elder represents extreme end of the power spectrum, capabilities so overwhelming that even other ancient vampires recognize vast gulf separating him from the rest of their kind, yet whether his power results purely from his immense age or whether other factors contribute to his supremacy remains unclear. The diversity of vampire capabilities means that each encounter with a higher vampire presents unique challenges, abilities and limitations varying enough between individuals that previous experience with one vampire provides only limited guidance for confronting another. The question of whether higher vampires possess capabilities beyond those documented in available sources remains perpetually open, as these beings guard knowledge about their nature with secrecy reflecting both practical security concerns and deeper cultural commitments to maintaining mystery about vampire powers and limitations. Vampires who interact with mortal scholars or witches rarely volunteer complete information about their capabilities, instead revealing only what circumstances force them to display or what they judge useful for maintaining the careful balance between demonstrating sufficient power to discourage aggression while not exposing vulnerabilities that enemies might exploit. The powers that vampires have demonstrated publicly likely represent subset of their total capabilities, selected for revelation while other abilities remain concealed for deployment only when truly necessary. This deliberate opacity ensures that even the most comprehensive bestiary entries and scholarly treatises on vampire nature remain incomplete, describing only what vampires have chosen to reveal rather than capturing the full reality of what immortal consciousness housed in bodies that transcend normal biological constraints might accomplish when pressed to exercise every capability at its disposal. The choice between integration into human society and withdrawal into isolation represents one of the most consequential decisions that higher vampires must navigate across their existence on the continent, determination that shapes their daily experience, their relationships with both mortals and their own kind, their exposure to various forms of danger and opportunity. Those vampires who choose integration commit to sustaining performances of humanity that require constant attention across decades or centuries, maintaining human appearance, adopting mortal patterns of behavior, participating in social structures designed for beings whose brief lives create urgencies and priorities fundamentally alien to immortal consciousness. The effort demands more than simple physical mimicry, extending to psychological performance that requires the vampire to anticipate and replicate emotional responses appropriate to situations they might regard with a detachment that vast temporal perspective creates. Each conversation with mortals, each social obligation, each interaction that maintaining cover requires, represents exercise in translation between fundamentally different modes of existence, vampire consciousness carefully filtering its responses through understanding of how humans would react rather than expressing authentic immortal perspective. The vampires most successful at sustained integration tend to share certain characteristics that facilitate their ability to maintain performance across extended periods. Intelligence proves necessary though not sufficient, as even brilliant vampires struggle with integration if they lack patience for the constant minor accommodations that living among mortals requires. Genuine interest in humanity, curiosity about how shorter-lived beings organize their existence and what meanings they construct within their brief spans, provides motivation that makes the performance feel less like burden and more like extended study of alien yet fascinating consciousness. Capacity for emotional regulation allows integrated vampires to experience feelings without being overwhelmed by them, to form attachments to individual mortals while maintaining awareness that mortality will inevitably end those relationships, to care about human welfare without the despair that might come from witnessing endless cycles of birth, striving, and cessation playing out across centuries. Those vampires lacking these characteristics, who find human concerns tedious, who struggle with emotional intensity that integration inevitably provokes, who cannot sustain interest in civilizations they know will crumble into dust within their lifetimes, tend toward isolation regardless of whatever initial intentions might have drawn them toward attempting integration. The choice of separation, withdrawal from human contact into isolated existence removed from mortal society, offers certain advantages that vampires pursuing integration necessarily sacrifice. Isolated vampires need not maintain constant vigilance about their performance, can express their nature directly without filtering every response through calculation about how humans would react, can pursue interests and contemplations across timescales that make sense for immortal consciousness rather than compressing everything into frames appropriate to brief mortal attention spans. They face reduced exposure to the risks that integration creates, the accumulated small chances that some inconsistency will eventually expose their nature, that some too observant human will recognize wrongness that careful performance cannot entirely eliminate. Isolation eliminates the emotional complications that proximity to mortals creates, the attachments that form despite best intentions, the grief that accompanies watching companions age and perish while the vampire remains unchanged. Yet isolation carries its own costs, foremost among them the profound loneliness that comes from existing for centuries without meaningful contact with any consciousness capable of understanding immortal perspective, without conversation that extends beyond surface pleasantries, without genuine connection to beings who share awareness of what eternal existence actually entails. Those vampires who form emotional attachments to individual mortals discover vulnerabilities that more detached members of their species avoid, creating dependencies and concerns that would seem absurd to vampires who maintain proper distance from beings whose entire existence spans mere decades. The attachments, when they form, can achieve depth comparable to bonds between immortal beings despite the vast disparity in lifespan and nature, consciousness recognizing consciousness regardless of the different contexts in which awareness manifests. Yet these connections carry built-in tragedy. As the mortal partner ages and declines while the vampire remains unchanged, decades passing that represent substantial portion of human life while barely registering a significant interval in vampire perception. The vampire watches their companion grow old, witnesses the deterioration that aging inevitably brings, confronts the approaching cessation that no power they possess can prevent. The death of the mortal partner leaves the vampire alone again, carrying memories of connection that can never be replicated with that particular consciousness, grief that will persist across centuries because vampire psychology lacks the merciful forgetting that allows mortal minds to gradually heal from loss. The question of why most higher vampires choose neither to conquer human populations nor to attempt domination of mortal societies reflects complex combination of practical considerations and psychological factors specific to immortal consciousness. The practical obstacles to vampire conquest prove substantial, as even the considerable power that individual higher vampires possess would face overwhelming opposition if human populations organized concentrated resistance. The scattered vampire population, numbering at most hundreds across the entire continent, could not maintain control over millions of humans even if they achieved temporary military victory, as occupation would require sustained presence and attention across centuries while mortal populations continuously regenerated and adapted. Yet beyond these practical constraints, most higher vampires simply lack the motivation that conquest would require, as immortal consciousness viewing reality across appropriate temporal scales recognizes that mortal civilizations rise and fall according to patterns that vampire intervention might disrupt temporarily without fundamentally altering. The patience that immortality enables, combined with awareness that any particular human kingdom or empire represents brief phenomenon from vampire perspective, makes the effort required for conquest seem pointless investment of energy better directed toward other purposes. The psychological distance that separates integrated vampires from the human populations among whom they live operates even in cases where the vampire maintains genuine concern for mortal welfare and authentic engagement with human society. The vast gulf in temporal perspective, the fundamental difference between consciousness that must pack meaning into decades and awareness that extends across millennia, creates separation that even centuries of proximity cannot entirely bridge. The vampire understands that nothing the humans around them build will endure, that their urgent concerns will seem trivial within generations, that the crises consuming their attention represent minor perturbations in larger patterns playing out across timescales invisible to mortal perception. This understanding, while not necessarily producing contempt or dismissal, creates relationship to human affairs comparable to how adults might view children's games, recognizing that the activities hold genuine importance to participants while simultaneously seeing them as temporary and small-scale relative to broader contexts. The inability to fully share the urgency that drives mortal behavior, to genuinely feel the pressure of approaching death that shapes human psychology, ensures that even the most successfully integrated vampire remains fundamentally separate from the society they inhabit. The patience characteristic of immortal perspective manifests most clearly in vampire responses to situations that would provoke immediate action from mortal beings. Where humans faced with injustice or conflict feel compelled towards swift resolution, recognizing that delay might mean solutions arrive too late to benefit them personally, vampires can afford to wait decades or centuries for circumstances to shift toward favorable resolution. This patience extends across every domain of existence, from conflicts with other vampires that might persist for generations before reaching any conclusion, to investments in projects or knowledge accumulation that will bear fruit only after timescales exceeding multiple human lifetimes have elapsed. The patience proves both strength and limitation, allowing vampires to pursue goals impossible for shorter-lived beings while simultaneously creating disconnection from the immediate urgency that gives mortal existence much of its emotional intensity and meaning. Vampires who maintain integration must consciously resist their natural patience, must force themselves to engage with mortal concerns on timescales appropriate to human experience rather than defaulting to the perspective that everything can wait because they will still exist long after current crises have faded into historical obscurity. The vulnerability of emotional connection, the way attachment to mortals or even to other vampires creates psychological dependencies that isolation would prevent, represents persistent concern for higher vampires attempting to navigate existence that will continue regardless of what particular relationships or commitments they form. The connections, when they develop, provide meaning and purpose that can make immortal existence bearable across centuries, offering anchors that prevent consciousness from drifting into apathy or nihilism that endless time without attachment might produce. Yet those same connections create suffering when they end through mortality, betrayal, or the permanent elimination that only another vampire can inflict, loss that vampire consciousness will carry forward into endless future without the healing that forgetting might provide. The trade-off between meaningful existence enriched by connection and secure existence protected through isolation admits no obvious resolution, each vampire ultimately deciding based on their particular psychology whether the benefits of attachment justify the inevitable pain that connection creates, whether the alternative of eternal solitude represents worse fate than the grief that accompanies loss of those rare relationships that provide genuine significance to immortal awareness adrift in ocean of time. The persistent grief of displacement that has marked higher vampire consciousness since the conjunction operates on temporal scales and psychological depths that shorter-lived beings struggle to comprehend, sorrow that has not diminished across 15 centuries of existence on the continent. Longing that remains as immediate and painful for the eldest vampires as it was in the moments following their violent expulsion from the dimension they had known for millions of years. This enduring grief reflects fundamental characteristics of vampire psychology, the way immortal consciousness retains perfect memory of everything it has experienced, the inability to forget or to allow the passage of time to soften the edges of traumatic recollection. The vampires who survive the conjunction carry within their awareness complete memories of the civilization they lost, the cities that stood for epochs, the philosophical traditions developed across timescales that dwarf human history, the social structures and cultural achievements that represented millions of years of accumulated refinement. These memories persist with clarity undiminished by the centuries that have elapsed since displacement, consciousness eternally comparing the alien reality of the continent with the lost world that remains more vivid in recollection than present circumstances ever feel in immediate experience. The memories of the lost homeworld that vampires preserve encompass details ranging from grand architectural achievements to small personal moments, from the philosophical debates that occupied centuries in their capital city to the particular quality of light that characterized their native dimension, From the social relationships that structured their existence to the subtle atmospheric conditions that made their world feel fundamentally different from the continent. These recollections form a repository of knowledge about civilization utterly unlike anything that has developed on the world where they now find themselves, understanding of how immortal beings organized society when they possessed institutional structures and stable environments designed to function across geological timescales. The vampires who carry these memories represent living connection to something that can never be recovered, consciousness that bridges between the lost past and the present exile, repositories of cultural and historical knowledge whose value transcends measure yet whose contents can never be fully transmitted to beings who did not experience that vanished reality directly. The unseen elder's vigil in his cave dwelling near the ruins of Teshamutna represents the most visible manifestation of vampire commitment to eventual return, ancient being who has devoted centuries or millennia to watching for signs that dimensional barriers might weaken sufficiently to allow passage back to the homeworld. His dedication to this purpose, maintained across timeframes that would reduce any mortal commitment to absurdity through sheer duration, demonstrates the depth of vampire attachment to what was lost and their refusal to accept exile as permanent condition despite overwhelming evidence that return may prove impossible. The elder watches with attention that never wavers, consciousness focused on detecting fluctuations in dimensional barriers that might indicate the possibility of creating or exploiting portals between spheres. His position near Lake Lac-Selavi provides access to whatever mechanisms allow him to maintain communication with distant vampires, sharing observations, and coordinating whatever preparations might prove necessary should opportunity for return finally manifest. The vigil continues year after year, decade after decade, century after century, patience that only truly ancient immortal consciousness could sustain applied to purpose that defines meaning and direction for existence that would otherwise stretch forward without inherent goal or terminus. Hope for dimensional portals to reopen, for circumstances to somehow recreate the conditions that allowed the conjunction to occur or to generate new mechanisms for transit between spheres, persists among vampire population despite the passage of 1500 years without any indication that such possibilities might materialize. The hope operates on scales appropriate to immortal consciousness, which can afford to wait millennia for developments that may or may not ever occur, which measures probability across timeframes where events with vanishingly small likelihood per century accumulate into meaningful possibility across ages. Some vampires maintain active research into dimensional mechanics, studying the metaphysical structure of reality in hopes of understanding what caused the conjunction and how similar effects might be deliberately induced. Others simply wait, trusting that the universe operates cyclically, that dimensions which collided once might do so again, that patient observation across sufficient time will eventually reveal opportunities that conscious action could never create. Still others have abandoned hope entirely, accepting exile as permanent condition and seeking to build lives on the continent that possess meaning independent of any possibility of return, yet even these vampires carry the grief of displacement forward into their endless future, consciousness shaped permanently by the loss they have suffered. The whispers across Lake Lac-Selavi represent communication network that connects scattered vampire populations, allowing coordination and information sharing despite the geographical distances and the isolation that many vampires maintain. The mechanisms underlying this communication remain mysterious to mortal observers, operating through principles that transcend conventional understanding of how consciousness might project across space. The unseen elder serves as central node in this network, receiving and transmitting information about dimensional phenomena, threats to vampire interests, significant events that might affect their species. The communications travel across the waters according to processes that suggest the lake possesses special properties, that its position or composition creates conditions facilitating vampire communion in ways that ordinary geography would not support. Other vampires scattered across the continent and beyond maintain connection to this network, listening for whispers that might signal opportunity for return or warn of dangers requiring collective response. The network represents one of the few surviving institutional structures from vampire civilization, practice that predates the conjunction and has been adapted to serve the needs of displaced populations attempting to maintain some degree of coordination despite their exile. The question of why vampires endure their existence on the continent rather than attempting to seize control over mortal populations, why beings of such power choose to live as refugees and observers rather than as conquerors or rulers, finds partial answer in their orientation toward return. Most higher vampires view their presence on the continent as temporary condition despite the 15 centuries that have already elapsed since displacement, as exile that may end when dimensional barriers shift to allow passage home. This perspective makes investment in conquest or domination of mortal societies seem pointless, energy directed toward establishing power over a world they do not wish to remain in, effort better reserved for the patient watching and research that might eventually reveal path back to their true home. The vampires are waiting, consciousness suspended between the world they lost and the possibility that circumstances might someday allow return, unwilling to fully commit to existence on the continent because such commitment would represent acceptance of permanent exile, acknowledgement that the homeworld is truly lost rather than merely temporarily inaccessible. The tragedy underlying vampire existence on the continent lies in the possibility that return may prove impossible, that the conjunction represented unique catastrophic event whose circumstances cannot be recreated, that the dimensional barriers separating spheres have reconstituted themselves in configurations that will never again permit passage between the vampire homeworld and this alien dimension. If return proves impossible, then the vigil that the unseen elder maintains represents futile exercise, millennia devoted to watching for signs that will never appear, consciousness committed to purpose that can never be fulfilled. If no portal will reopen, then vampire grief over displacement becomes permanent condition without possibility of resolution, consciousness condemned to carry loss forward through endless existence without hope of recovery. Yet even the possibility that return might prove impossible fails to extinguish vampire longing, as beings who measure time in millennia can afford to hope across timescales where impossibility and improbability become difficult to distinguish. They continue their vigil, maintain their communications across waters, preserve their memories of what was lost, consciousness oriented toward homeworld that grows no more distant with the passage of centuries because perfect memory ensures it remains forever present in awareness. The higher vampires of the continent exist suspended between past and future, consciousness that will not release attachment to what was lost yet cannot fully embrace the reality of their present circumstances. They are immortal refugees from catastrophe, beings whose civilization was destroyed by forces beyond any scale they could influence, survivors carrying knowledge and memories of world that no longer exists in any accessible form. Their presence on the continent represents accident of dimensional mechanics rather than choice or conquest, displacement that none of them sought or desired. They endure. 1500 years have passed since the conjunction, yet for beings who existed for millions of years before that catastrophe, the displacement remains recent trauma, grief that has not healed because vampire consciousness lacks the capacity for forgetting that would allow time to soften the immediacy of loss. They are eternal exiles, immortal mourners, refugees who will carry their longing for home forward through all the endless centuries ahead, waiting for return that may never come yet unable to relinquish hope that defines what little purpose their existence in exile retains.